It is time to play ball! Hello everyone, my name is GirafaStev. I'm the president of the Long Boy Club. Sit down and shut up while I conduct my business. I'm the president of the Long Boy Club, the large enjoyer of gaming, wrestling, playing ball in 2001 with a bunch of MLB players I've never heard of, and my stinky cats. Tonight, we are switching gears tonight with our backyard sports playing with Backyard Baseball 2001 style, and I have right along with me, just like I did the other times, Zach. Hi, Zach. Why are you booing me now?
Because someone else was doing it and I wanted to join it.
You're susceptible to peer pressure. How are you doing, Zach?
I'm doing good. I watched. I haven't gone through the whole thing, but I watched a over 3-minute video of a tier list of Backyard Baseball 97 characters.
They put Kenny Kawaguchi in the B tier.
Hello, Mario.
When we all know just how good he is. We've been watching his rise, and it will continue here. All right.
The reason he's so good is that he apparently has the highest pitcher stamina out of all the characters.
He has the highest pitcher stamina, and 2001 says allegedly that as the game goes on, he actually gets better. So like, so like maybe he gets like stat buffs the longer the game goes on.
But he's not too great at first, but the longer it goes on, he gets better.
Yeah, so like he's a bit of a dark horse player. I like him. Kenny Kawaguchi, more like, hell yeah! You know what?
Hell yeah!
He is Kenny Kawaguchi, the best bat machine. I love that. Sitting on the mound, sitting on his throne at the pitcher's mound. He will bring the new and improved Blinding Sox to victory in the 2001 season. Yeah. How's everyone doing tonight? Hello, Giraffe Man. It is time to play the sport where base meets the ball. Indeed it is. It's very nice to have you here, Bri. Nice to have you here, Deontay. Soul, Jerix. Is there anyone else here? Zach. I already said hi to Zach. Yeah, Kenny. Kenny's a good shout for pitcher. I've had him at the pitcher's mound this whole time, so, and he's going right back over there. So,
yep. And chat, since the last time Logan has streamed this, he's been slowly getting into the baseball.
Chat, I hate. Zach's right.
Hello, Mario.
I hate to inform all of you, right? But I may be turning into what my dad always wanted me to be. I feel like I'm becoming Gulp, a sports fan.
Yeah, I was gonna play that.
I'm becoming Gulp, a sports fan. Zach, I can't do this. Chad, I can't do this. I can't fucking do this! I have a reputation to uphold, and I can't have it tainted. I can't have it tainted.
Hello, Mario.
With Kenny Kawaguchi. You know?
The MLB and all of its games are licking their lips.
Dude.
So you become one.
Dude, the MLB is looking at me and my wallet with all of its games across every streaming service known to man. Like Mickey Mouse after Goofy got hit by, you know, the Heartless. They'll be like, they'll pay for this. Which, which you know what, is at. Given I have they, them pronouns along with he, him pronouns. So, so he's very much at to saying they'll pay for this.
Yep.
God, no. I can't, dude. I'm already a wrestling mark. I can't be... Zach, what's the general term for for baseball fans besides baseball fan? I mean, do you guys have any?
Not really.
Ball
You
heads,
just call us baseball marks.
ballers.
We just. Hey, look, you can also just say baseball marks as well.
Baseball marks. Okay, got it. Depends on what team you cheer for. Okay, well, how about I cheer for my favorite baseball team, the Indiana Pacers.
It's almost time for a 2.5 minute Stev paying his debt to Jeff Bezos break my dudes.
In just a moment, Homunculus, I'll get there. What did you say, Zach?
It's funny because Indiana actually does not have an actual Major League Baseball team.
Man, but you know what? We got the Pacers, and that's a fucking W, man.
Hell yeah, they didn't win the MLB title last season, but they went to the finals.
Dude, they went to the finals, and that's a fucking W, man. I'll drink to that.
Father, do you have to be based to play baseball?
You know, they allow Jorge Garcia to play, so I don't really think you need to be. I really think they'll just let anybody play these days.
Need I remind you, the objective of the game is to hit the ball.
That is Dimitri, my other goat. You fucking shut you shut your bitch ass up, Zach.
Shut up, bitch!
Shut up, bitch! As fucking Jerry Lawler has a conniption on commentary.
Yeah.
I can't do this, chat. I can't
Father,
know what a strike
isn't it a sin
zone
to play
is.
with balls? You would make a great mascot for a baseball team.
Tell you all about what a strike zone is.
Dude, I can't know what a strike zone is. That right there is like poison. That's in my veins, like Randy Orton. You know?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Eventually, I'm gonna trade Randy Orton in for Zach. What's a good baseball man that's named Randy?
Randy Johnson.
Randy Johnson. I'm gonna trade Randy Orton in for Randy Johnson. Are you kidding me? No, absolutely the fuck not. Wait till you learn what a ground rule double is. I'm going to do my best to not learn it. In fact, the only fucking double I want to know is about double countouts.
MJF?
Is it true that you are going to Revolution to screw MJF? Dude, if I can fucking help it, I will be there no matter what. I will be there to screw MJF no matter what. Because if Adam Page loses next month, that may be a depression that I will not be able to recover from. So...
yeah, what Hangman said, I'll never challenge for the title again. I'm just like, oh no, I'm getting the Cody Rhodes flashback.
Dude, suddenly everyone remembers the beginning of AEW. And yeah, in AEW, that stipulation has a poor track record, you know? And it would be like quadruply bad for Hangman because he spent all this time building him up and he's a multiple time world champion at this point, you know? And and he's like one of your guys. Like he is the guy right now, right? And he's been the guy for like 5 years. I mean, he's been like on and off, you know? But like at this point, he's sort of reached another high, you know?
Yeah, it just when Cody lost that, like it's so funny, the backstage story. Cody would just automatically assume, despite never challenging again, and be like, "Oh, they'll probably revoke that at some point." Like no,
they did not. Instead, they invented the TNT title.
Yeah,
which you know, to be fair, has had a pretty like decent life past Cody, I would say. It's had its peaks and valleys, but you know, I feel like it's been a largely good thing. So
if Hangman loses, the only kind of loophole that would get him to challenge for the title again is if he wins that little tournament contract thing.
Cody doing that was overkill. I know that. Sorry, Zach. What now? Sorry.
No! I was saying, like, if Hangman loses, the only kind of loophole I can think of that would make him that make him challenge for the title again is if he wins that little contract tournament thing.
Yeah.
Yeah,
like the casino gauntlet.
Yeah.
But like, I feel like that should be more reserved for like, you know, building guys up, right?
Yeah.
Kind of a similar vein to how the Royal Rumble works. But I don't know. I won't be able to recover, though, unfortunately. And just like wrestling, Japan does baseball way more fun than we do. I mean, you wouldn't know it if you watch modern New Japan, because that can be rough sometimes. But
yeah, Japan has like copyright characters out there.
Like DDT is pretty fun. Noah here is popping off quite a bit. All Japan exists. But
I guess.
Do you have a favorite fictional sports player or team? Mine is the Fire Ferret. I mean, listen, man, I've been fucking gassing him up this whole time. Kenny Kawaguchi's my goat, you know?
Yeah.
Either him or Pete Wheeler, frankly.
Pete Wheeler.
We all love Pete Wheeler. Every single time he gets a layup, I pop hard. Every single time he gets that layup. Cody doing that was overkill. I know what they were trying to do, but it didn't have the correct effect. I don't think it had the correct effect because honestly, the company was a little too new for something like that to have effect. You know. I think it works. Yeah. I think it works at least somewhat better for someone like Hangman because at this point, you know, he's a multiple-time world champion and he's had, you know, a lot of matches for the belt. You know, so I'm not saying I would be okay with him not being able to challenge for it because I feel like if they put that stipulation, they're just unnecessarily booking themselves into a corner. I'm just saying that the stipulation has more merit with someone like Hangman than it did with Cody back in not even like 2 months after the promotion, you know, started Dynamite. So it's hard to think that, you know, AEW didn't start when, you know, the first Dynamite aired, because when the first one aired, it was like 10 months old. So yeah.
And the only way storylines advanced was through like their YouTube shows and pay-per-views.
yeah, it was through like their pay-per-views and like online exclusive shows. So like the first Fyre Fest, which they still sometimes do, which is very fucking funny because not too long ago, there was like the guy that did the first Fyre Fest was trying desperately to start hype for a second Fyre Fest, and that lasted for like a week because like that stayed in the cycle for like maybe a week or two, and wouldn't you know it, people didn't care because obviously they wouldn't because the first one was a scam. So yeah.
Just to answer your question, Bree, no, Logan would not, but unless it was AEW theme.
Listen, if Ron Killings was like if he was like, you know, the master of ceremony, I would be there. So, so I wouldn't say it's a total wash for me, but I'd be there. What about White Boy of the Year, Dimitri? Dude, I feel like he has a ways to go before he's GOAT status. But I feel like he could get there. So, dude, last year I saw Ultraman open for an American baseball show, and Gura sang for the Dodgers. What a time to be alive.
Yeah, she did. Remember that?
I'm sure that you got a lot out of that.
Yep.
Ultraman. Dude, when I think of Ultraman, for some reason, I think of goddamn, like, Turbo Man. From Arnold Schwarzenegger from fucking Jingle All the Way.
Yeah, Jingle All the Way, yeah.
It's okay, New Japan Pro Wrestling will improve because all signs point to Evil joining WWE soon. I mean, they're still doing House of Torture. So, and, you know, they're still doing, like, you know, the run-in marathons with them, so we'll see. You never heard of the Japanese giant superhero Ultraman? Well, like, now that I Googled him, I mean, now I remember him, but at the moment, I didn't. In the moment, I thought of the legendary Arnold Schwarzenegger character, Turbo Man, which I most associate with a elementary school movie night at back in, like, the late 2000s, which is very fun. It's very, very weird. It holds a very, like, odd place in my heart. Does Jingle All the Way.
Just remember, Dan, you're way older than the Giraffe Man over here.
And you're probably more plugged into you're probably plugged into more shit than I am. I get very overwhelmed easy, so
Yeah.
I would like to expand my tastes, but I don't know where to put my tastes. It's a lot of the issue.
Where do I put my mouth?
I'll keep that to myself. But you never. Ultraman's been around for over 50 years. Well, listen, man, I've been around for 26 and a half. All right. Think about that. Think about that one. I'll let you simmer on that one while we get into the game here.
And I'm about to be around for 32 years.
Oh, Zach. Dude, we're all getting old. I don't like this. I don't like this at all. Let's just get to the game, okay? Let's get to it.
Yeah. I know there was something else we wanted to talk about, but I guess we'll talk about during the game.
What did you want to talk about?
We wanted to go a bit more into like detail, like the worst match of the year and like worst feat and what have you.
Yeah. We can do that too. When we start playing. But I'll run the ad. Rather, I'll run the ad here first, and then we'll get started.
Oh yeah.
All right, here we go.
It's break time. Where the heck's the Cheetos, my dudes?
I swear if it's like Tomb Raider 3 again.
Doesn't look like it.
This one's a devil to explain.
Yeah.
All right,
so
devil
let
dice.
The game itself do the talking.
The rules.
Damn, Dan, you're gonna be around for 37 years next month? Holy shit.
Yeah, in the big scheme of things, I'm a baby. So.
Use the directional buttons to move the characters around. Make the dice move.
The players hit the mound next.
While the characters are standing on top.
Look, I love this video just because it is an actual review and they just plop a score on at the end.
No, they plop the score on during the opening here. And then George Wood is like, the game is fun but not worth $40, and then that's it. Like they pop the letter grades like during this opening cutscene here. Better hitting the mound than hitting the sauce. But what if it's honey barbecue sauce? How about that? I would like that. I need to make sure Blue Sky knows that I'm live. Give me a second.
Dice which have only partially disappeared
Am I live,
be
Blue
used to
Sky?
connect with other dice. The player can continue adding more dice to those which have not completely vanished.
Not going to Blue Sky.
The value of those dice are also
There you go.
added to the total score. This is the chain rule, one of the most important rules of the game.
The bottom line, Devil Dice is fun, but not worth $40.
Great!
Thank you, George Wood.
Good! I miss Fazoodles, dude. I'm waiting for those to make a comeback. Anyways, yes. Also, Zach, I got the Sonic Frontiers fishing music in the rotation now.
Hell yeah.
It's the best, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
It's very good.
Yeah, I heard it last night. I was like, oh shit.
Yeah. I'm on this shit. I got this shit on lock.
Oh, hey, we're back.
Hold on.
Om nom nom. Oh,
There we
excuse
go.
me,
Now
we're back, my
I
dudes.
need to wait for the homunculus to tell me. So, anyways,
That's
yeah,
right.
we're back.
Oh, right. Logan, was there something you wanted to show during stream? You said something you want to show me during stream.
Oh, yeah, your poster came in.
Hey! Or not really a poster, but yeah.
Hangman Adam Page poster. I got a Hangman Adam Page poster from Zachary here, guys. Hold on.
Chat, I ordered this.
Like, he ordered this like 2 months ago, and it finally came.
Yeah. They really took their sweet ass time with it.
Better hitting the mound than hitting my balls. Oh wait, that's exactly what we're doing. I mean, we're doing both of those things. So, you know, think about that. Have a think on that one, Dan. Here, let me find it. This one right here is performing verification. Fuck.
Uh-oh.
It needs to know it's me.
It's me. It's you.
I am a certified giraffe, yes. Just a second here.
And not a robot.
I'm a certified long boy. Here we are. It's this one. And I'm honestly a little... I don't know if I want to put it, like, in my room. Because, honestly, it's kind of a crazy poster.
It's me, DA Lightbringer.
It's me, the Lightbringer. Yo, it's me, it's DDV. I love this, honestly. I remember when Rob made, like, posters for WWE guys. So, and for, like, a while now, he's been making posters for you know, like AEW guys. A certified giraffe. It's me, the Lightbringer. A certified giraffe and a bona fide. Oh, I had to like fucking read that. A certified giraffe and a bona fide long boy, and you can't teach that. Yes, but what you can teach is art, and that's what Rob did right here with this Hangman poster. It's honestly crazy. It looks like something out of Disco Elysium.
Yeah, I understand why you say this is something you probably wouldn't want in your room, because imagine just waking up.
Imagine waking up and it's like Hangman Adam Page is like waiting to like eat my face.
Yeah.
Like me.
Oh, shit.
Like me and Colin, a vocal stint that we'll do sometimes is the goddamn Credence song, Have You Ever Seen the Rain? It's like, I wanna know, have you ever seen the rain? And we like just like, and the moment that he saw Hangman's face here, he started singing John Fogerty, and I sung with him, and we were like, I wanna know! Like that's just like that's what ultimately comes to mind. Is just fucking like Hangman Adam Page shouting at me as I wake up, and with like one of his eyes blotched out. I don't know if I want that.
Wake up!
I wake up, he starts singing, I wanna know, have you ever seen the rain? Yeah,
that's something I would get you out of bed fast.
Dude, I'd be terrified to leave the bed at that point. I don't know how to answer your question, brother. I don't know how to answer it. Like, I'm terrified. Like, he wants an answer, but I'm too like shaken to give one. I like imagine this is like on your ceiling or something.
Yeah. You open your eyes, it's like just above you.
It's right above me. Yeah, you're right. That would be awesome. I don't know, Hangman. Please stop yelling at me. I wanna know. I like that. I know you wanna know, but I don't. Stop, please. Cool. Anyways, that's what I want to show you, Zach. Your poster came in. I will hang it up tomorrow, but first I need to get it framed. So, like, I'll get it framed here soon, and then I'll hang it up somewhere. Maybe not in my room because I don't want to wake up to that. But
just being terrified.
Like, just knowing it's there might, like, freak me out a little bit. But I saw it and I was like, oh, well, that's cool. I want it. And now that I have it in my hands, it's like, well, where do I fucking put this thing?
Yeah.
Maybe I'll put it in the hallway. That sounds like a good place for it. Chop suey, but you overslept. Wake up! Wake up!
I'm actually have visitors over, and when they walk into the door, that's the first thing they see.
Oh goodness.
Oh my god, what the
fuck? Dude, I'm imagining like the craziest posters you could have in your bedroom, right? Like, like you wake up and the poster is the world's largest love machine, Viscera.
Oh god.
This, like you bring a date over, you guys are gonna fuck, and you walk into your room, and the first thing she sees is Viscera.
Oh no!
That's me. Right now.
That's me right there.
That's gonna be me in 2 minutes and 30 seconds.
And then she's contemplating her life or something.
She's like, fuck this. I'm leaving. Me, everyone here, we fucking quit. Right now. We fucking quit. Right now.
Right this second.
What I don't quit, though, is baseball. Let's actually start playing that. Let's start playing that shit right now. Let me boot it up. Let me boot it up real quick.
It's fun. It's funny that you're playing the baseball today, since spring training for Major League Baseball started today.
Brian mentioned that in chat as well, so I think he was waiting for us to say something, honestly. And what does that entail? Like, just, you know, like everyone, you know, getting ready for the season then?
Yep. Yeah, it's basically the preseason.
Okay.
Where there are two sets of leagues for spring training. One that takes place in Florida, one takes place in Arizona.
Okay.
And as you can imagine, the reason they choose those two states is because warm over there.
Sure. Yeah.
Warm those two states. Yeah.
And is it all like new people, or is it like returning? Is it like everyone in the league?
It's a mix of both. OPO returning and new people that are in like in the minor leagues, getting some practice in.
Okay.
From that organization, yeah.
In this game, I am stuff.
Just stuff.
I'm stuff. I don't know if you've ever seen like the Tony or like the Robert Downey Jr. meme where he's like, it's in grayscale and he's like pointing at himself. He's like, I'm stuff. Hold on.
No, I haven't seen it.
Hold on. Like the meme goes something like this. Hold on.
Uh-oh.
I need to find it. I need to find it real fast. It's like, I'm sorry I'm late, I was doing stuff. And then at the bottom of the image is just a white background with Robert in it with our pointing himself is like, I'm stuff.
I am stuff.
I'm stuff. Anyways.
I am stuff.
I did stuff. I'm stuff. Okay, season
wow,
play.
we actually picked.
Oh wow, we could choose a home field? Wow. Yeah. Zach, what's our home field?
Ooh, what do you want your home field to be, Logan?
Well, personally, I think it should be Sandy Flats.
Oh no!
Look at this fucking place. This is crazy.
Dude, that's such a big outfield. Holy shit!
I know. Either that, or we do like Tin Can Alley or Cement Acres. Rather,
wait,
Cement
hold on.
Gardens.
What's the name of that last? Wait, is that Aquaman Acres?
No, it is
Or
Ekman Acres.
Ekman Acres. Okay.
Yeah, what's our home team? Or like, what's our home field? I mean, this seems like a pretty, like, solid choice, just for, like, home run potential, right?
Yeah.
Playground Commons is kind of like your standard one. Sandy Flats is crazy to me, because there's, like, no fence here.
Yeah.
There's, like, no fence here. So...
And because it's in the sand, I imagine everyone would run slower.
Exactly.
Hey,
No,
it's from the
I
shorts.
don't want... What now?
That's from the shorts.
Yeah.
That place.
Yeah, Steel Stadium. Tin Can Alley. I personally like Ekman Acres the best. I feel like we're gonna get the most mileage out of this, frankly.
Do you imagine a ball landing in that pool over there?
dude, that has to happen at least once. I feel like.
Yeah.
That shit's gotta happen at least once. Yeah. Yeah, let's do it. Now then. We need to choose a team, right?
Oh lord, you can actually pick the MLB teams if you really wanted to.
I mean, do we want to? I don't really oh wait, no, we don't. We actually don't want to.
Oh, you want to create your own team?
Because
yeah, you actually want to create
it's
your own
time for the Lawn Boy Colors to make their debut here. Let's see. The Hornets, I think, are pretty good. The Mighty Hornets. What about the Humongous Hornets? I like that.
They're the Hornets, and they're humongous.
We like alliteration here, so... So personally, I'm all for that
what color
shit.
Do you want? What color do you want do you want to be?
I mean, like, Zach, they're already right here. You know?
Oh, okay,
Cold
sorry,
Brew CJ!
Hello, Mario.
With the goddamn lawn boys, girls, NBs,
Hello,
and
Mario.
AGs. How the heck are you doing, my friend?
For life.
Oh, hey.
Oh shit.
VTube Studio crashed on my phone. Hold on, just a second.
Uh-oh.
Gecko Geek. Thank you very much for following. You're now a member of the Lawn Boy Club for life. What were you doing over on your stream, CJ, and did you have fun with it? Oh, I broke things? Yeah, you fucking... Dude, that raid was so humongous that you humongously crashed my fucking phone. There you go. That's fucking awesome. We're here to crash your systems. Also, yes, everyone go follow CJ. He's fucking fun, and he makes a lot of really good edits, especially those for yours truly. So, started playing Darkest Dungeon. Holy shit, what a start. I want to play Darkest Dungeon at some point. I've heard a lot of great things about it over the years.
But no, look, I saw like the color slider. I thought you could like choose your color. I didn't know they were automatically like that.
I mean, you can choose your color to, to an extent. Hold on. I didn't realize it would, I didn't realize it would close out of the entire thing. Hold on. We need to go back to the Ekman Acres here. It's like backyard baseball, but if everything wanted to kill you and it was really, really hard and also completely different. Okay, but can you play as Pablo Sanchez in it? That's, I think that's the deciding factor about whether or not it's, worth anything.
Oh, I'm going for purple and yellow.
Yeah, those are the Law Boy colors, man.
Oh yeah, they are.
Those are my colors,
the
brother.
humongous ones.
Oh
They're
yeah,
humongous.
he's BBEG. BBEG.
We got new faces.
Do we have a lot of new faces here? I'm not even gonna lie.
Yeah, we
to
have
you.
like 30 new characters, so representing baseball.
When I looked at Ivan Rodriguez, I thought that this was goddamn Fred Durst for a second. What? Pick me for your team!
Shit, Detroit Tigers.
On your team?
Organized.
No.
No.
Come on! He does look like he does look to want some meatloaf. What is it, Zach?
Oh yeah, you also need to create your own character, because I know that's something you want to do.
I do kind of want to create my own character. I feel like we need to make JavaScript here. Hold on. This right here is part of the extended universe. Make a giraffe child. Sparkles. Pickles. Dizzy, Ace, Cobra. T-Bone. Boom Boom. I mean, I can make a Jim Ross here or just make an NL tribute. But I don't think I really want to do that here. Spaz? I don't know about that.
Oh,
Oh, wait, I got, like, templates here, I think. Hold on. Not a lot of customization here, it feels like. But whatever. You know what? I'll go with this. I'll go with... Cobra. JavaCrit.
Cobra. Shouts to Santino.
Please.
Why is she so bad?
You didn't pick her stats.
What? No way.
No way!
Oh, right, I need to
see?
pick her stats. Oops. Okay, cool. Anyways. She is a girl. She throws right. Hold on. Java. There you go. Personally, I think that she's a good batter. Pretty decent pitcher as well. Fielding.
Also, we have way more stats here than the first game.
We do have quite a few more stats here, don't we? Pitching. Yeah, I'll go with that.
Oh, you're not gonna him so lucky.
I honestly hoped we could see Egg making his
I'll do that.
backyard baseball debut.
I honestly hope we would see Egg making his backyard baseball debut. Well, he can't. He's still stuck in the time loop. You know? He's fucking stuck in that time loop. This isn't part of it.
Is not known for...
Yeah, Lucky is not known for his speed. In fact, the word turtle comes to mind. This kid has fairly average pitching skills that could pitch a few innings in a pinch. This average fielder won't let you down on defense most of the time. This kid is a great hitter, both contact and power.
Turtle.
Sure. You know what? We'll do it. I'll fucking go with that. And of course, we need to go with the only one that makes sense.
Yo, primero, yo.
Of course. It's gotta be him.
Vamos a ganar.
Unfortunately, I could not make a giraffe child, but that would be sick.
Yeah.
The character creator is not that advanced. And Kenny. Where's Kenny?
Don't let this wheelchair fool you. I can play.
He sure fucking can. We saw that.
All right.
He's the K-man. He's the K-man.
Dude, he is the K-man. He is the man.
Hey, Junior, give me a shot.
And Keisha, absolutely.
You'd be crazy not to.
Whoa, what's with that face? Jesus.
What do you mean, what's that face? It's a totally normal face.
I knew you were
It's like different from last time.
Thinker.
If anything, what's with his face?
Play on your team.
How about that, Zach? You got any comments about Dimitri?
After a painful slide rule accident? What?
He's fucking injury prone. I don't think we could take him.
I guess I shouldn't have gotten my hopes up.
We shouldn't fucking take him. He seems injury prone. Let's see here. What do I want here? I'm thinking...
Hey, I'm a rock and ball player.
A rock and ball player?
Let's rock and roll.
I love him very much.
Rock and roll.
What? Oh yeah.
Ahmed, listen. You're on the team.
Rock and roll.
Good job, buddy.
Rock and roll.
Alright, how are the Hornets looking so far? We got 3 more slots. I would like to pick someone that we've not really drafted in the last game.
Mhm.
I mean, immediately, you know, one of these guys comes to mind. You know?
Right.
Do I represent my family's love for the Cubs? Or do I maintain integrity? And fucking pick someone that's actually gonna fill a spot we need. Like Alex Rodriguez.
Hey there. I play well with others. You should pick me.
The shortstop is an artful blend of power and finesse. A good contact hitter, which can line him over the fence. A-Rod's defense is of the Golden Glove variety. Turning double plays is as easy as pie for this hot shot. Alright.
Mm.
I'm thinking...
Well,
No, hold
maybe
on.
next time.
Not yet. Not yet, brother.
Yeah, let's go over a few others.
I could draft Fred Durst here.
Hey there.
Ivan is one of the best
Hey.
catchers in baseball. Uses his cannon-like arm to mow down base runners. Don't try to steal on this guy. Despite his diminutive stature, the little guy puts the wood to the ball consistently and with power.
Oh man.
The wood to the ball is something that is crazy to me.
If you pick me,
That's
be my
crazy.
friend.
Also,
How did you be my friend?
we got like brand new like characters here that were in the last game and also aren't MLB players.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
like Chase Wilton.
Aw, shucks.
Oh, stop. Hey, look, how much better is Four Eyes over there? Dexter.
What, Dimitri? Or
Oh, the other guy.
Or
Yeah,
Jorge.
oh, Jorge.
okay, well at least he kind of specializes in something this time.
I'll play on your little team if that's what you're asking.
Jorge tends to be more concerned with keeping his expensive trousers clean than trousers.
It's right.
British. Regardless, the young Mr. Garcia does show some promise in the outfield. At the plate, though, he appears to be afraid of the ball. And what's up with that swing? What is up with that swing?
With that swing? It's so awkward.
I don't want to find out. Yeah, at me all you want. You're not getting in there, brother.
Nothing beats a
Cool, refreshing sip of water. But no, Egg isn't here. He's right now stuck in the time loop, and we need to save him.
Hell yeah, we do.
But a baseball game's not gonna save him, brother. Not this time. What the f-
If you pick me, I'll let you be my friend.
With his speed and power, he gets extra bases with ease, and since he can play every position on the field at an elite level, he's equally as good at preventing them. This kid's gonna go far someday, you'll see. Dude! He's like almost as good as Pablo!
His nickname's the Hurricane as well.
The hurricane, stand back! There's a hurricane coming through! Bow, bow, no, bow. Dude, I feel like we'd be crazy not to pick this guy. If I'll be perfectly honest with you.
Yeah, holy shit.
I personally feel like we would be totally blind to not pick this guy.
Yeah, holy shit.
Hello, Mario.
Yo, Stev. If you could check something super quick in the Discord when you have a second, I'd appreciate it. I'll check it on the... I'll check it on the stream break, alright, Jada? Thank you.
Oh well.
Once we're done picking our team and getting things set up here, I'll check it out, okay?
Look, I'm curious. So what are the stats for the Detroit Tigers representation on the very left? My team.
On the very left.
Yeah, it's on the very left. Keep going. There he is.
Juan Gonzalez.
Hey, can I play on your team, man?
One of the best power hitters in the league. Juan can also throw out runners at home with his powerful right arm. This outfielder is always a candidate for MVP with his great average and stellar defense.
Oh, man.
Okay.
Well,
Man.
hold on. Who do we have? Actually, no. You know what, Zach? Just for you.
Yeah.
Juan Gonzalez.
Hey,
You won't be
let's go,
sorry.
Juan.
Just for
All
you,
right.
Zach.
Thank you,
Fielding.
Logan.
Ah!
I can run real good.
Bro, yeah.
Yes, you can.
You sure
Pete.
fucking
Yes,
can,
you
dude.
Pick me for your team.
can.
Yeah! That's my goal!
Oh.
Woo! Hold on.
Alright, we have one more left.
We have one more. Not you, Ernie.
Do we want to
Sorry.
pick? Let's say, do you want to pick Long Boy again?
Not you,
or
Ernie.
Popcorn Guy? Yeah, not you.
Popcorn guy. That's Dante goddamn Robinson to you. I want to pick one more girl. I mean,
Pick me. Pick me. 'Cause I know everything there is to know about baseball.
Stephanie's right there, you know? But
Yeah, but what other girls do we have?
we picked her last time, and as we saw, she's pretty washed. So
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Deontay, but your goat's washed.
Wow, that's never happened before.
Well, you know what? There's a first time for everything. Holy shit, these are straight down the middle.
Pick me to be on your team since I think you need a bit of maturity in your lineup.
Okay, well, you know what? Just for that, no.
Okay, I'm too old to be playing with a bunch of kids anyway.
Then go home. Go home.
I want yeah, those two girls down there.
What?
What do they do?
What, Luann and Gretchen?
Yeah.
Gretchen Hasselhoff?
Whoa.
This little jabbermouth has one of the best slow-mo pitches in the league. Plus, she gets nice movement on her hooks. Not the strongest throwing arm in the field, in fact, probably the weakest, because she tends to get too excited when the ball comes her way.
Oh, okay, so basically, for the love of God, don't put her in the outfield because her throw is weak.
Don't put her in the outfield. I'll think about it.
That's okay, because everyone is having a good time watching. And he says you should pick me for your team.
Luann looks like that she's staring at the sun.
Yeah.
Look away. Luann has a lot of skills for a kid who still carries around her teddy bear. Not much of a throwing arm, but has great speed on the base pads and can steal second before the catcher can get the ball out of the glove. Luann is also a super fantastic pitcher with an outstanding fireball.
Holy shit.
You're mean! I mean, we already have pretty good pitching coverage here between Kenny and Amir. So...
I guess the last one to go over is, shit, what's her name? The one with the rainbow, shirt.
Annie Frazier.
Hi,
Hi.
Annie.
I'm Annie Fraser. Pick me, and you won't regret it.
Why are you booing Annie Frazier? She hasn't even done anything. Frazier's a solid hitter with some pop in her bat. Also, she's a pretty speedy runner, even in those natural fiber sandals she always wears. One big drawback, she tires out pretty quickly. Not enough protein in her diet, perhaps. What does she eat?
Okay, she doesn't have less. Yeah.
What does she eat? The sandals?
We have the sister, Vicky Kawaguchi.
Vicky Kawaguchi, brother. Honestly, might be a good pick.
I want to play. Please pick me.
Big time speed. Hitting is not one of her strong points, but when she gets on base, watch out. In the field, all those years of ballet lessons show. She's quick to the ball and gloves him like a pro. Honestly, these are good stats.
She might be that Pete Wheeler type, where like you bunt and she runs really fast.
I mean, we already have Pete to cover that, you know?
We do. Yeah, we do.
I'm gonna put him at the front anyways. So, but she's a really good fielder too. You know?
Yeah, she is.
So, so I might get her for that and just use her for like grounders. But yeah. Hi, Fluffy. Welcome on into tonight's Long Boy Club meeting. Hopefully you're doing well. Are you fine if I call you Fluffy? Or do you want Sparkster?
Pick me, pick me. Oh, please, pick me. Oh.
Aww.
Yeah, of course we have Angela.
Angela DeVecchio. Billie Jean Blackwood?
That's a name.
Wow. You also have Jocinda Smith.
Hi, pick me for your team.
Jocinda's really good, though. Jocinda's one of the best contact hitters in the league. Solid with the glove, her all-around athletic skills make her a player to build a team around. The kid can play all the positions and play them well. Put her on your team, and at the end of the season, you'll be calling her MVP too. You know what? That's a pretty solid pitch. Get in here, Jocinda.
Yeah.
Hey, all right.
Hell yeah. Look at this team.
All right.
This, dude, hold on. Hold on, give me a second here. Goddamn Juan Gonzalez is the most normal-looking man on this team. That's crazy.
Yeah.
And then you have JavaScript.
Oh, it's like he's modeled after an actual real-life person or something.
All right, we have an actual like schedule here. We have the Hornets, the Braves, and the Mets, baby. Come on, Mets, let's go.
Yeah, let's go. Let's go.
Let's go, Mets. Come on, Mets. Let's go, Mets. We gotta move up the ranks.
Okay, look at the Expos right there. The Expos right there. Those were the Montreal Expos before they moved to Washington. Now they're known as the Washington Nationals.
The fucking Montreal. Oh, yeah, Canada.
Montreal Expo.
My name's Pete Wheeler. My dad says I'm not the sharpest tool in the shed, but I can run real good.
The only white boy on this team.
I can break a pencil with my bare hands. Want me to show you?
Yes.
One time I was at school.
Hold on.
I like taking things apart and then putting them back together again. Sometimes I fix things what are broken. Sometimes I break things what are fixed. I really like working with my hands. I like lifting weights and working on my bike. I want to buy a car soon, but I can't drive until I'm 16. I drove a tractor one time, though.
And that's a fucking W, Pete.
Holy shit.
What's shaking, bacon? My name's Keisha Phillips.
Hi, Keisha. Keisha's actually like one of the best in the game, I feel like.
Hello, Mario.
Yeah.
Hi, Emil. How are you doing tonight? Welcome on into tonight's Long Boy Club meeting.
Hi, Emil.
All right, hold on. I'm gonna kind of go to break here, since I think we're ready to start the first game. Oh wait, hold on. Click here to view your roster and start the next game. Okay, yeah. I think we're ready to kind of, move on to the first game. But first, let's run the ad here, and I'll look at what Jada has to show me. Hold on just a second, y'all.
Yeah.
Be back in just a second.
It's break time. Where the heck's the Cheetos, my dudes?
Zach, don't tell me. Did we get the controller? We did! We fucking did! We fucking got the controller! Fuck it, I'll play another one. Hold on.
Okay.
I'll fucking play another one. Well, first here, I'm gonna play this. Hi, Henley.
Meow.
Because I got those unlimited points, brother. I can use them however I want.
You sure do.
In Tasmania by Sunsoft, basically all Taz needs to do is grab kiwis and avoid vehicles on the road. To make quick work of this game, first access the options screen by pressing select on the title screen. Press AY, AY,
I thought it was gonna be Control R again.
I genuinely thought it was gonna be the Control R again as well.
Level of the game. This feature will be much appreciated by players who will find that Tasmania is boring at times. Bottom line, Tasmania is easy to beat with stage select.
Dude, any game is easy to beat with stage select at that point, you know?
Come on, George.
And then it's just this, he speaks for like 30 seconds, and then he shows the entire game, you know? The goddamn Fazzoodles commercial would never do this. This is the entire ending. It's just one screen. The entire ending consists of a single screen. Great.
Great.
Fan-fucking-tastic. Dude, I'm gonna go to Blockbuster and I'm gonna get that shit right now because it's 1994 and I'm a kid in the 90s and Blockbuster is still around.
Nom nom. Oh, excuse me, we're back, my dudes.
In someone's eye.
Exactly.
Hey there, little buddy. My name's Lucky.
It's JavaCred, but you know what?
There was this one kid on our team that was so bad at catching fly balls that they had to wear their batting helmet in the outfield. Okay, it was me.
Okay, it was me.
Wait, how about that? But, like, fielding is like your second biggest stat, Java! What are you talking about?
Come on, you're better than this.
Come on. Actually, I don't know if you are better than this. Let's see. Alright. Now.
Whoa.
Where's Pete?
God, no, we're not having Pete. We're not having Pete pitch. Hell no.
Pete is starting...
Oh shit, there's an actual stamina. There's actual stamina bar as well.
Yeah. Let's see. I gotta have... You know what, I'm gonna have Juan out there in the right field. Pablo will be there in the left. And who's like the worst in the... What the fuck? Why is he what? Hold on! Why is she so bad at fielding now?
Oh shit, she's so bad now. Oh no.
Oh fuck no.
Uh-oh. Oh, we're in for a bad time.
Oh fuck no. Get out of here.
Oh no.
Dude. That's bleak. I'm not even gonna lie to you. That shit is bleak. Wow.
Uh-oh. Stinky.
I'm putting Ahmed right there. That's where I trust him.
Yeah.
Pete, and then goddamn JavaCrit, and then Keisha and Pablo. I'll put Juan there in the middle, just for you, Zach. Do we actually have a pretty, like, solid lineup of batters here? I kind of like Batmax on this build. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Oh yeah, we can actually see the route.
No way! Dude!
Yeah.
Dude, she was drafted to the Expos! That's crazy!
Oh no! Oh no!
She's defected from the Longboy Club.
Oh no, I thought it was... No, that's not earning the outfield. Okay, no, she's like the only...
that's Vladimir Guerrero?
Vladimir Guerrero? Yeah.
Who I guess is, like, you know, the Expos rep in this game. Yeah. I don't know. You would have to tell me that, Zach. I don't know. But...
Welcome. Fun you'll have up all day. Sunny day here.
I think he's Blue Jays
Welcoming you,
representative.
Oh, so he was drafted to the Expos then.
This afternoon will feature a fierce competition between the humongous Hornets and the Montreal Expos. A word of advice if you're looking to catch a home run today. Stay away from the spitballs.
I think we're all ready to play some baseball.
Thank you, Vinny. I appreciate that. All right.
So
yeah.
So you know how I told you that she was like the voice of Cortana
in Halo?
You know who? Wow,
yes.
I forgot her name. Yeah. She is also the former, up until like 2011, the voice of Princess Peach. So.
Wow.
So when you hear in Super Mario Sunshine, yeah, she's like, Mama.
Hey. Hey, son, you want to go play some baseball?
All right, let's play ball.
Wow.
Today is
I love that. I love that for her, frankly.
People whose middle names begin with D and who own small dogs, and his favorite color is chartreuse.
Here comes.
All right, Chad, here we go. With the first one up to bat this season. It's Wheeler.
I'm gonna hit a touchdown.
Yes, you are. Vandy Gooch is also
Eyeball one.
well, that's a big one.
That was a big fucking
Vandy
ball.
Gooch is also the former voice of I'm not gonna let you touch Mama Peach, Bowser Jr.
Dude, that's awesome. Ah! He got there. Dude, he got there. That's awesome.
So
also,
fast.
These 3D models are crazy.
Run on first. Nobody.
Yeah.
I got a hankering for some baseball spankering.
I love how the plates here are just like plywood.
I don't.
That was not a strike.
Feeling.
He winds and the throw.
Damn it. Okay, that was outside the strike zone.
Yeah. I think I know. Okay, yeah. I know these colors. That. Okay, that better. I think I know what the blue means. Blue means that they're cold right now.
Ah, really?
Booey to you from me.
All right, well, we'll get her next time. Not the greatest start for goddamn Java crit.
Flash can really swing that lumber. Just hearing her name makes pitchers sweat.
Baseball been very, very good to me.
Up to plate.
Oh boy, the chatter.
Dude, it's even...
Ladder, not a broken ladder.
Dude, there's even more of it in this game, it feels like. They never stop talking in this shit. Get out of here, man.
It got into the zone, unfortunately.
He winds, heads to the plate. Swinging, looped up.
That was awful. What? Ah! Dude, Ashley's fumbling that shit big style. Wow. Again.
Why did the Expos decide not to get her sister?
I don't know. I don't know. Because like on her own, she's not really great.
Yeah.
That's why I drafted both of them. But also because I just enjoyed it aesthetically. That was not a strike. That was outside the strike zone.
The stretch and the throw. Thanks, one.
Oh!
Yeah,
go home, Pete!
Pete, go home! Keisha, go! Dude.
Those 3D models look wild.
Dude, the Expos are fumbling right off the bat.
Yeah.
Juan Gonzalez is the batter. Runners on first and third, 1 out.
I'm sending that ball on a one-way trip to Cooperstown.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah, hell yeah, that's your goat, Zach.
Make the break.
Oh, he's making a break for it! Woo! Oh, Pablo, that's why you're the best.
That's it. You decided to do that. You decided to steal.
I did. I did decide to have him steal, didn't I?
Here's the windup.
Yep.
The pitch. That was ball 1. And the count.
Yeah, that better be a ball.
I won't lie, Zach. There better be an option to turn this down at some point.
There is. You can probably go into settings and turn the chatter off.
Come on. There's gotta be one in here. Options. Okay, great. Okay, great. So, like, if I don't want it, then we can just forego it. Got it?
You can even play with a gamepad as well. That's crazy.
Dude, I can't imagine playing this with a controller. If I'm being perfectly honest with you, this is like such a mouse and keyboard type game for me. This right here is such a mouse and keyboard type of game. Ah, that's awful. Wait, are they gonna catch it?
You're a little late on it.
Yeah. Yeah, they caught it.
A little late on it.
Runners at second and third. 2 outs.
It's time for a home run.
I think she can get it.
You get the home run.
Pitch on the way.
That's not.
Strike.
What?
Ah, went into the zone. It went into the zone.
Dude, that was so slightly into the zone.
Become center.
Yeah.
Yeah, get that shit.
Oh.
Ah, these like, dude, these CG models are crazy.
Yeah, they're throwing me off. So you said 97 models.
Yeah, I know. They look like, I don't know if you like know what I'm gonna be talking about, but when I was young, there were obviously like a bunch of kids MMOs, right? And one of them was like a web-based one. It was called Nicktopia. Have you ever heard of it?
0-1.
Unfortunately, no, I have not, but that sounds cool.
It was like a Nickelodeon type thing, right? It was like available on their website.
Like,
Nice!
Oh, let's go.
Nice job,
look
Java. Look at this traitor.
Like Cartoon Network's Fusion Fall. Hey, like Cartoon Network's Fusion Fall.
We're talking power twins.
Fusion Fall was much more nuanced and developed, but Nicktopia was like a browser-based thing, right? And it was more in the vein of something like Club Penguin.
Kenny! Alright, I have played Club Penguin before.
Yeah, it was much more in the vein of something like Club Penguin, but for like Nickelodeon. And I played that quite a bit, and these 3D versions of the models remind me of that. Either that or... Okay, this one I know you're gonna be familiar with. That or Captain Crunch's Crunchling Adventure.
Hell yeah!
I knew it! I knew it! Yeah! Jacinda! I knew it, chat. Please tell me that you know about Captain Crunch's Crunchling Adventure. Because that shit was peak YMCA. Dude, that shit was peak, like... That shit was peak, like, you're going to, like, the YMCA after school and you have a turn with the computers, you know?
Do I know that? Because...
I'm getting greedy, but whatever.
You had to...
Yep, absolutely. I deserve that. I deserve that. Time for his brother.
I know that website.
Yeah?
Dude, the reason I know that website is because you had to enter a code on that website in order to watch that Teen Titans Lost episode that came in your cereal box.
Wait, you had to play Captain Crunch's Crunchling Adventure
7 to 11
in order to fucking watch, in order to watch the Lost episode of Teen Titans?
Yes.
Dude, that's awesome. I would have played, dude, I would have bought so much Captain Crunch for that if I liked Teen Titans back then. But unfortunately, that was before my time, so... It
was all for like
no way! Amir! Let's fucking go!
Yeah, Amir, go, run, get gritty. Oh wait, triple,
dude,
triple. Go,
no,
go, Amir. Oh,
no.
Wait, go home.
He can go home. He can go home. He can go home. He went home.
Yeah. Let's go.
Dude, eat shit, Expose. Wow.
Kenny's chair gets in the way.
Amir.
Amir.
That's our young goat. That right there's the prodigy.
And the offering.
That right there's the prodigy. Wow. Dude, they never shut up in this game. It's crazy.
Looked like a good pitch to me.
Especially about the broken ladders.
Dude, they still don't have an apartment.
Bro, they already have.
They still don't have the fucking department store in this town after 4 years.
Takes the stretch. The one
Like, come on.
I don't think it's coming.
Yeesh.
Yeesh.
She kicked. The 1-2 pitch. Strike.
That was not a strike.
Boy, I messed up.
Oh, it's fine, Kenny. You'll be fine. We'll get him next time.
You'll do better next time.
Wheeler steps in.
Dude, all of these batters are great. I mean, I know I say that after Kenny got struck out, but
What am I supposed to do again?
you know, let's just pretend that was a one-off thing. That's okay.
Low ball 1. 1-0.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, don't swing yet, brother.
She kicked. Pitch on the way. Swung on.
Nice. Run, Pete.
Run, Pete.
Nice.
Yeah, boy. Good hustle.
If I wanted to get like greedy with it, I probably could have also like
I got a hankering for some baseball bankers.
I probably could have gone to second base too, but I didn't want to go that far.
The wind up rose it. Swung on. Pop fly.
Don't you fucking catch that shit. No way! No way! No way! Dude, that shit's out of play. That shit's out of here. Wow.
Bro.
That shit
so slow,
is
though.
outie.
Not only can she wail on the ball, Flash can also outrun most players on the team.
And there are runners at second and third. 2 outs.
Keisha.
From the stretch and delivered. Ball 1.
I was about to say, if that's a strike, it would have been by the slimmest of margins.
Yep.
Rose it. A swing.
Oh.
No, we got two. We got 2 players out there, man. Just hit it.
1-2.
Oh no. Choking.
Here's the pitch. A swing. A bounce.
Fuck it.
Oh.
That's a slow roller.
And a runner.
Ah, you're so slow! Dude, speaking of slow rollers.
Nobody can power hit
Yeah.
like a weapon. The pitcher's getting nervous when he steps up to bat.
Base is loaded. 2 outs.
Yeah, they get nervous when they see Pablo.
Dude, I would be nervous too, frankly. Look at him. He's ready
From the windup and
for that shit.
He's ready to hit that ball.
God damn it, I don't think he was ready.
Was ready that time.
the stretch. Pitch on
It's
the
like
way.
Santino.
Swung on.
No!
Foul territory.
Oh, foul.
Dude, please.
Don't choke.
Don't choke now, Pablo.
She kicked and the throw. Swinging.
Oh! I mean, I don't think that's getting out of here, but it could.
Gets it off the wall. And they give up another
It hit the
run.
ball. It hit the wall.
Dude.
Yeah, give me some more of that.
I think that was a bad idea. Or maybe not.
Woo!
Woo!
Not only that, but it's out of play.
That's good.
Gonzalez is the batter.
We are smoking the Expos right now. That's insane.
Where's the mercy rule? Where's the mercy rule?
Come on.
She delivers. Ball 1.
That's not to say, that's gotta be a ball.
Okay.
Hello, Mario.
Yeah.
That tracks! Zach, is that right? Does it track?
Strike 1.
Gotta swing it.
Oh,
For the Washington Nationals to fucking choke like this?
yeah, the Expos, yeah, it does. It does. There's a reason why they eventually moved to Washington.
That little blooper sent him running.
Dude.
Oh!
Dude, you gotta fucking replace that fielder up there, I feel like. Actually, no. No, do not tell them that. Don't ask Zach questions he doesn't want to give the answers to. I don't think... Listen, if this were about the Tigers, I think that there would be a different story here, but I don't think he... I mean, I don't know, what's... Do you have any, like, connection with the Washington Nationals, or no?
No, I don't. I don't. I'll say this right now. I say it around. Though, if this was a Tigers team, in 2001, they'd be just as bad because they were bad in the early 2000s.
What the fuck? Dude!
These kids are on there.
Bro!
Dude, they are fumbling that shit like it's... Dude, they're fumbling the ball like it's their job.
This one's out of here.
They're fumbling this ball like it's their job.
That was ball 1.
Is there a mercy rule in baseball?
No. No, there isn't.
So, like, I could get, like, 20 to 0 and it will still go.
Looked like she was trying to hit a bird.
Yeah, but I know in some baseball games you can have a mercy rule.
I know that in... I remember in Mario Super Sluggers they had one.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
Yeah,
if you got, like, 9 points ahead, then the game just ends. Look at that. That shit's gotta be out of here.
No. Oh, but they fumble. They fumble the ball. Brother.
These kids are on their way.
Dude, that's incredible.
I did trip in. Oh no. Wait, what are you doing, Logan?
I'm getting back to safety is what I'm doing. Wow. College can.
Oh, he's on fire right now because he's orange.
On his air guitar.
Runners on first.
Dude, the whole team may as well be on fire. Watch this.
Chrissy Mulligan.
Yeah, you better switch.
Ahmed is about to fucking send this guy home.
Words that end with ing.
She kicked and the delivery. Ball 1.
That's a ball, yeah.
Count is 1-0.
Yeah.
That's a ball.
Oh.
She delivers. Swung on. A bounce ball.
Oh, dribbler. He's still gonna make it though. He's still gonna make it.
Dude, he still makes it. What a legend.
Next up, Kenny Cohen.
Dude, you're smoking them.
Right over the center.
Alright, Kenny, take it
I
home.
don't want to say.
Take him home.
The delivery. Swung on.
God damn it. That's awful.
That.
Okay.
They
We got it
suck.
anyways.
They suck. Okay, they got her out anyway.
Way through the inning now.
Ouch. Ow.
Damn.
That's the look of pure determination.
Yes, I'm a Guerrero.
No out.
That is... I'm not gonna lie, Chad. This is looking bleak for them. I know we still have 4 more innings, and this could change, especially with that. But let's see if Pablo catches it. Pablo catches it!
Olga Tollefson.
In and out, brother.
This girl's a scrapper. Look at that determination.
In and fucking out.
From the windup.
Come on, brother. Get in there.
Strike. Looked like a heater.
Yeah.
Alright, now we're gonna juke him with the slow ball. Because I wanted to get those bonus pitches.
And the offering. A sneaky slow ball.
Will she even try to hit it? Is the question.
0-2.
She's scared. She's scared.
She is. She's scared. Oh, hey, she actually went for it.
That's a one-way ticket back to the dugout.
Incredible.
Serena DeMonte steps up to bat.
The kind of hitter she is, digging in and determined every time.
Right hook. There you go. Ah, that was the biggest foul, dude.
Yep.
That was the foulest ball.
Brookstone's car. Oh.
Little nubber to the mound.
Okay.
Dude. Turned away with authority.
Up by 7. Wheeler steps in.
Trying to get something for the tea.
No outs.
Alright, Pete.
What am I supposed to do again?
I'm actually gonna have you do some power, brother.
Target goes up, and the delivery. Swung on.
Stun on them bitches. Oh, it's flying. They just let it go!
Bro!
Dude, Pete is so You know what? Fuck it. Fuck it.
Run, Pete! Inside the park home run.
Trying to get something for
Dude!
With nobody out. This one's going yard.
Holy shit, dude.
That's insane!
Takes her stretch and delivers. That's a foul.
Dude, this right here's a canon event for the Washington Nationals, I feel like.
Yeah.
This right here's their
They're
canon
about to
event.
become the Nationals. They're about to become the Nationals after this game. Holy shit.
They're gonna need to undergo a name change to fucking wash away the stink of this. Damn it. I mean, I say that. I'm talking all this shit and Java can't make contact with the ball.
Nope.
From the windup, the 1-2 pitch. That's ball 2.
I enjoyed Pete's like animation there when he like hit the ball though. Like he put everything behind that swing, it looks like.
The 2-2 pitch.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh.
You know what? That's what I get for talking so much shit. That's two strikeouts today, unfortunately.
This kid's looking to make a name for themselves.
Baseball been very, very good to me.
So like at this point, I just want to stunt on these guys, right?
And the offering swung on.
Look at that! That shit's gone! It's gone!
Oh yeah, it's gone, Keisha!
I remember once, back in the old days, last season I think it was, she hit the
That shit is outie, man.
Yo, I'm making it feel like they shouldn't have played baseball to begin with.
They shouldn't have picked up a bat in the first place.
Elvis has left the building.
Keisha has like multiple vocal sims, and I love her for that. Great. Well, 533. Pablo, can you beat that? I feel like you can, brother.
One out.
Like, that was on the money from Keisha. That was good.
Yeah.
That was a ball.
Oh.
I'm pretty sure that, like, Amir also got a home run in this game, yeah?
No, he didn't.
Well, what did he get? Because he did something really impressive. Right?
Oh. Oh, he got the inside the park home run, I believe.
Oh, okay, well, I'll need to check. I'll need to check, because he did something that made me call him the GOAT, and I can't remember what it is.
He's the GOAT.
I'm a very forgetful coach. Dude, they...
Oh, ball! We got ball 4.
They couldn't handle another home run from Pablo, so they just had to take the walk.
Nope.
That was fear. That was a fear maneuver.
This Juan Gonzalez kid is a consistent hitter. Very important in this league.
Runner on first. One out.
I'm sending that ball on a one-way trip to Cooperstown.
Send it there, brother.
Send it all the way there.
That was ball
Well,
one.
nah, maybe not that.
Why are they using the special pitches on balls?
I don't know. It doesn't make any sense.
The swing, strike one.
Why am I missing them?
One and
Why am I missing the normal balls?
That's a very good
Taking the
question.
stretch, the 1-1 pitch. And popped up.
I think it's because I feel bad for them.
He's out of there.
Maybe I shouldn't feel bad for them because now they might be locking in. Let's see.
Jocinda Smith comes to bat. Runner on first.
Yeah, it's only a 9-point deficit.
Only 9! 9! On the first game, dude!
9!
Ready now. And the pitch.
This right here's the first game of the season and it's a washout.
Yeah.
Like, go. Yeah, dude, Keisha's one of the best batters in the game. Like, her, Pablo, and Jocinda are probably the best ones, with probably, like, Ahmed up there, too.
From the stretch, cuts to the
Yeah,
plate.
we spare his brother.
Low ball 3. And
No, like, Amir's the one
Are you
that
getting-
gets benefits when he's paired with his brother. I think Ahmed stays the same.
Oh, okay.
from the windup, fires.
Oh, okay.
I think when Amir's paired...
Another walk!
Dude, another walk. They're scared. They are terrified. Also, the game is dead quiet now.
Yeah, they're not doing so much shit talking now.
This does feel like a bloodbath.
And you can't hear any coaching because his Walkman's too loud.
Runners on first.
His Walkman... Dude, we're past the Walkman now. It's 2001. We got those MP3 players. Now.
To the windup. She delivers.
Yeah.
You gotta get one of those MP3 players with, like, Jungle Boogie on it.
Bro, are
And
you
you
just gonna
too.
keep walking us?
Dude!
They're just gonna keep walking us.
What is happening? This feels like a bloodbath.
Change
It
it.
feels self-inflicted now.
Strike one.
Okay, hold on.
They didn't swing at that.
Why didn't I swing at that? Because it was halfway outside the strike zone, Vinny.
Ready. The 2-1 pitch. A
Ooh.
ball.
That little blooper sent him running.
He's safe.
Absolutely the fuck
Haha.
not, dude. Watch this. Amir's gonna send them all home.
I think this young
Hell yeah.
done.
I have faith. Especially with that long bat of his. Like, you see that, right?
Here's the windup. And
Yeah, it's so
He's got
big
the
and
long boy
long.
bat. Ah, fuck. Low swings like that,
Whoa.
maybe not.
ready now. Throws it. A swing. Another strike.
Ah.
Dude.
Oh no.
Target goes up. She delivers. Ball one.
That's a ball. Yep.
Takes her stretch
Oh,
and
oh.
delivers. Smack one into right center field.
Wow.
Will they catch it?
Dude, he caught it.
They got it.
That's probably the best play that they've done all game, honestly.
Yeah, just catching a routine fly ball.
Yeah, just catching a really high ball.
Steps up to bat. No out.
Honestly, probably the best they could have hoped for at this point.
Yeah.
Also, Kenny is
But
back
we
up
need
to
more
full
blood.
juice.
He comes center.
Yeah.
Here's the pitch. The wing.
This stamina's really high
I
for
know.
a pitcher.
All out.
That's why he's at the mound. He's sitting on his throne at the pitcher's mound, so sure of himself. As he should be, because he's good.
Here's the pitch. The wing.
Oh, shit.
Well, I will
Pablo!
say it looks like
That'd be a ground
fuck
ball double.
Wow!
double.
Oh, wow, the car has
I will say
physics.
Kenny.
What?
I will say Kenny is a bit all over the place of his fastball. I'm sure you've seen it.
Yeah, he has a very, like, wide range.
Second. Nobody
He-
out.
Mm-hmm.
King of the Dirt Hill is bars. I love that.
And a swing. Strike! Sneaky slow ball.
This would be
He's-
a good time to
He sits on his throne and stares down at every batter like Seymour Skinner.
Hell yeah.
Pathetic.
Yeah, he calls them pathetic. Yeah.
Pathetic.
Foul ball.
Pathetic.
0-2.
We need that intentional walk, I feel like.
And delivered. That was ball 1.
I want to get him into a false sense of security.
The 1-2 pitch. High ball 2.
For some reason, watch out, Batman. Here comes the Joker. Just makes me smile a lot because I think about I'm the Joker, baby, every time.
I'm the Joker, baby.
I'm the Joker, baby.
That's a foul. I'm gonna get you, batter.
He might. Hold on. How's your left hook?
He's set. And the
Pretty decent.
And she goes out.
Oh, no one's covering.
Kenny! Hell yeah, dude.
Kenny!
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 I love him. Kenny Kawagochi.
That's like he's the GOAT.
As the Long Boy Club has taken him to calling him. Just like how they've taken to calling Justin Gabriel the Darewolf.
Here's the pitch. The swing.
The what?
I've been okay, so like I was watching the Deadlock podcast, or like I was listening to the Deadlock podcast at work, right? And one of their recent eps has them reviewing the, or rather has them reviewing like an episode of SmackDown from like November 2011, and it's the episode where like Mick Foley is like GMing it dressed as Santa Claus, like it's an early Christmas special, right? And one of the matches on the show is Justin Gabriel versus Jinder Mahal.
God.
And on and they say on commentary that they're like, and the WWE universe is taking to calling him the Darewolf, which like I don't remember that. I don't remember that.
I don't think they have.
Personally.
Pete, what are you doing?
That one's going way over her
Dude.
head, and it goes out of play. Right?
Dude, I kind of asked for that, if I'll be perfectly honest with you.
What? I was saying, why'd you randomly cite this throw the first?
I wanted to psych them out, you know?
Instead, you psyched yourself out.
Instead, I gave them a free run, basically.
Yeah. They won by doing nothing.
I'm gonna show you why you shouldn't have left the LBC, Weber. That's right, I address you by only your last name. That's so you know I'm serious. Ah! Let's go, Pete. Yeah, you do your little dance, whatever that is. Your Captain Crunch's Crunchling Adventure beat there.
No out. Okay, pitcher, give me one right over the center.
I don't think he can do the power swing here. The game hasn't gone on long enough. He needs more time to gather his energy. He's like Goku with the Spirit Bomb.
Give me your energy, Goku.
Give me your energy, Kenny.
It's almost time for a 2.5-minute Fanatics break, my dudes.
Fuck no. Not Fanatics. I don't know if I can handle that.
Gotta watch your kneecaps on those taters.
They're big,
yeah,
dude.
Boy.
Their big weakness.
He's got wheels.
Yeah, their big weakness is that they keep abandoning the base. I feel like.
Yeah.
With nobody out.
Like if one. Yeah.
I'm gonna hit a touchdown.
So damn, I'm gonna have to up the difficulty for a challenge.
I mean, like, listen, we'll see how the rest of this game goes, because knowing this game, they might have a really good inning, and then I'll be on the back foot, you know?
Yeah.
I realize it's not very likely at this point, but you never know. It could happen.
Mario.
Ready now, and the pitch. Ball 1.
I'm surprised that was a ball. I thought that was going to be a strike, frankly.
Same.
Takes their stretch. Here's the pitch. And the count is 1-2.
Do we just about put everything into that swing?
pitch.
The way he swings that
Ball
bat.
2. And the count is 2-2.
Also hi, Patootie. Welcome on into tonight's Long Boy Club meeting, where Pete Wheeler hit that fucking ball 6 ways from Sunday. Wow.
Gets it off the wall, and he's safe.
You know what? He can make it.
Yeah, he can make it.
Come on,
They can both
Pete!
make it.
Come on, Kenny! Kenny! Yeah!
I like candy. Everybody likes candy. That's why Halloween is such a popular holiday.
Dude, even 4 years later, it's still such a popular holiday. That's crazy.
With nobody out.
Yeah.
This one's going yard.
I'm not sure.
The stretch, the delivery. Ball 1.
Look at Pete out there, dude.
Yeah, he's just staring.
He's like giving the rock eyebrow.
Takes it.
Yeah, he is.
You smell what the wheelie's cooking?
Oh no, I hope not.
Probably something involving a pencil that he broke.
And the delivery. That was ball 2.
He's out there cooking up that mean bunt shit.
Looked like a good pitch to me.
That was.
Yeah, that was right outside the strike zone.
Ready now. And the pitch. Swing. A bouncing ball.
Send him scrambling.
Run.
They call her Turtle, and that reputation remains intact.
Keisha Phillips, turn it back.
Yeah, Java just can't get anything on this game, I feel like. Unless it's in the field.
Very good to me.
Other than that, she's kind of bad.
Yeah.
No wonder she pursued a career in Geek Squad later on in life.
Yo. Oh no.
And also as a battle mage. Oh, Keisha with 2!
Keisha! Is that the second home run?
No! Woo!
No!
Huh?
No!
No! Dude, that would have been... Dude, that could have been awesome.
Oh, he could have been running the whole time.
That could have been so cool, dude. Wow.
So cool.
Ready to belt one out of the park.
I'm gonna just let Keisha seal this.
The wind-up fire. Swung on.
And run.
That's
and
a
run.
foul.
No, no hit and run.
Corners. 1 out.
If I get a foul ball, they just won't try and steal, I feel like.
The delivery. The right.
Bullshit.
Can they not?
They're not even gonna try.
Dude, fuck it, I'm taking it. No! Keisha! Keisha can make it! Dude,
No
now...
one's covering. No.
No one is covering. Dude, that was legendary! Wow!
Exciting.
They got another one.
A team? Dude, what is... Dude, what's a pack of goats called? Can you fucking
Goats.
Google that?
What's a pack of goats called?
Yeah, like... Yeah, like, I mean, like, a group of geese is called a flock of geese, right?
She's set. And
And like a group of fish is called a school of fish, you know? What is a group of goats called? Because that's what we got right here.
the stretch and the pitch. A swing.
What is a group of goats called?
That's easy money for the opposing team.
A herd.
A herd of goats. Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
Ooh,
Yeah.
ooh.
Yeah.
Way to go, sis.
Yo, you know what? Fuck it, we're going. Dude, I juked him.
Look, it's also referred to as a trip or tribe of goats.
A tribe of goats? You know what? No, I like that. I love that. Ah, god damn it. I kind of ran right into that. Whatever.
This kid looks like he's all all business.
Does that mean we need a tribal chief, Roman Reigns style?
The wind-up and the pitch.
I'm pretty sure that would be Pablo, right?
Now pitching, Hannah Peavy.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure Pablo's the
Dude,
tribal chief.
Especially on the second.
Why not give Cindy a chance to pitch? She's been doing nothing the whole game.
High ball 2.
Well, like, if you only have one of the Weber sisters, what would you do with her? You know?
Into the windup.
Yeah, have her do something.
Yeah, that's something being on first base.
No, she's playing catcher right now for this team.
Yeah, she is playing catcher. Isn't that where we put her? When, like, I lost confidence in her? I'm pretty sure that's just where I put her when I lost confidence in her.
Way to go, Sid. Jacinda Smith comes to bat. Runner on first.
Jacinda!
Alright, Jacinda. Throw it out. Dude, this is like the longest game of all time, and it's all in our favor.
1-0.
It's been an ass whooping.
It's been a curb stomping. The only run they got was because I accidentally gave it to them. Basically. I basically gave them a free run.
I'm scrambling.
Okay. Well, there you go. I knew my shit talking would come back to me.
And the Hornets lead it. Up by 11.
Competition is feeling the Hornets sting out there.
Hannah Peavy comes to play.
That kid's waving
Sure
the
is,
ball
Vinny.
around like it was a toothpick.
Anyways, Zach, you wanted to talk some more about the goddamn Wrestling Observer Awards, yeah?
Yeah. Did.
And the delivery.
Let's talk about some more that we rushed through. No way! Dude, immediately when I stopped paying attention to the game, you know what happens? Home run!
Yeah, home run.
No! You will talk about the baseball, whether you like it or not.
But wrestling, not baseball.
No! No! Wrestling is later. Baseball. You know what? No. No, look at me. Look at me. Wrestling is temporary. The ball is forever. Alright? The ball is forever, you fuck. Baseball is never,
like
wrestling is forever together. I love that.
Yeah, Kenny's fastball is not so good.
It's not good, but he has a pretty solid slow ball. So.
Yeah.
The swing. This one.
Oh, Amir!
Chucks it to first. She chokes.
Tell me that.
She chokes. Java.
I believe that was one of the reasons why my dude also placed him in the B tiers, because he mostly relies on his slow ball and one of his hooks.
Fair enough.
Here's the windup and the offering. Swung on.
I'd imagine that's especially felt in this game because I've noticed that the strike zones are like they vary more than they do in 97. So. But I still do fastballs because it throws them off.
Hold standby. Heat.
That was a show me heater for the breaker coming next. I bet you a soul.
Anyway, game. I like to talk about my wrestling.
No!
Backyard baseball.
Swinging. Goodbye to another hitter. And
Hold on.
good.
No! You will talk about the baseball!
Serena DeMonte.
No. No, I would like to talk.
So clear.
I mean, we're kind of at a point right now where it's like, you know, we're kind of smoking them big style. So.
Yeah, shit. I need something else to talk about while we're smoking them.
Yeah, I would like something else to talk about while we're smoking them. So, with that in mind,
Takes the dive.
Wrestling Observer News
Oh, my
Awards.
lord.
Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck.
She gobbles it up.
Oh no! Oh
Just
no!
Simba.
Oh no! Oh no!
This one's gonna
Every time we're about to talk about wrestling, this fucking happens.
throw to home plate. They scored.
You got me fucked up, dude. It's like the game heard me.
Steps up to bat.
Let's see what this kid can do.
Runner on second. One
Okay.
out.
Okay, eat my crazy ball, you bitch.
Certainly was crazy.
That was so crazy, Zach. Wow.
That was ball one. And the count
Dude, yeah, dude, that strike zone covers like the whole. That fastball covers the whole strike zone.
It does. It's not the greatest, is it?
easy play.
Nice.
Close toward the hole.
Well, it's a good thing you have multiple options for. It's a good thing for you. You have multiple options for pitchers.
Kind of hitter she is, digging in and determined.
So, Zach, do you want to try to talk about wrestling now?
Into the windup.
Oh, do I?
Yes. Yeah, I'm
let's.
asking you that. Do you want to?
Yes, actually.
Okay.
Should have been committed.
In particular, the worst match of the year, and worst feud, what have you, because the worst match of the year, I got things to say.
Oh boy.
There's really only two contenders here. Second place with 251 votes. We have Minoru Suzuki versus Butterbean from
Which
April
sounds
17th.
Wait. When did it happen?
Ready now. And the pitch.
April 17th.
That sounds fucking insane. I didn't even know that happened.
Yeah.
What? What the fuck is Butterbean doing?
Dude, it's an independent. It was an independence as well.
So, like, it didn't happen at New Japan or anything like that. It was something completely, like, separate from everything else.
Up by 9.
Yeah.
That is fucking nuts.
It's almost time for a 2.5 minute Cheetos break, my dude.
PTSD right now. Oh, poor Bart Gunn.
He played for the Hornets.
Yeah, or Bart Gunn.
That is... Okay, so, like, where the fuck did this match happen? I need to know.
Anyway.
Oh, I will look this up for you when it happened.
I need to know where this match happened, and we need to watch it, I feel like.
Oh, no.
Either that or we need to send it into, like, Deadlock for Watch This. Because that's insane. Anyways. Yeah?
Best hitter I've ever seen.
Let's see here.
With nobody out.
I'm gonna smack this one.
Oh no, it happened at WrestleCon.
The windup and the throw.
At WrestleCon in April?
Yeah.
Can you, like, Google it real fast?
Here's the motion.
Because it's gotta be available. It's gotta be available for free.
And the count is 1.
Well, let me look.
Takes the
Let me look on the YouTube, not the Google.
There's no way they're charging money for this. For this match.
She's set. The pitch. Swung on. Strike 2.
That's lame.
That's lame.
That's lame.
From the windup, a 2-2 pitch. A bouncing ball.
That's a slow roller.
Oh, okay. I'm just seeing this video. Butterbean's disastrous return. The alternative pay-per-view is better than WrestleMania.
What? Wait. So wait, is the match available?
It doesn't look like on the YouTube.
Ah, dude, I need to find that match then. That sounds insane.
Still has training wheels on his air guitar.
They have a runner on second with nobody out.
I'd pay like $5 to see that, but no more. Like, that's a novelty at worst, or like at best. Because like, what is Butterbean doing in the ring in 2025? You know?
I would like to know, please.
Ah, that's why he's a modern GOAT.
Goodbye, Mom. Looks like this one's gonna be raised by wolves. Rock and roll!
Amir! Rock and roll! I love you so much, Amir. You're so fun.
Okay, look, you know why people know this? It was part of the Mania Week indie show.
Oh, okay. A 2 Chuck E. Cheese token, dude. Dude, I'd be putting that shit into, like, the Halo, like, you know, a light gun game at Chuck E. Cheese. Not Butterbean and Minoru Suzuki. That goddamn light gun game at Chuck E. Cheese is calling my name.
Here I go.
But no, I need to see that. But what's number 1?
Takes their stretch. Here's the pitch.
Okay, this is what I know we heavily disagree with. With 328, we have Cena versus Cody at WrestleMania. I'm just like, no.
No.
The ending was shit, but the match itself was fine.
And the match itself was okay. It just wasn't really befitting of,
What am I supposed to do again?
you know, the kind of, like, thing that they were trying to... or, like, the thing that I think people wanted out of Cena's heel run. Which was more follow-up from Elimination Chamber. Instead, they just kind of had, like, a standard match. Which, you know, obviously for Mania, that's not really what you want. You want something with a bit more gravitas. But I feel like... I feel like later in the year, the matches... Or, like... You would get more worthy contenders for match of the... Or the worst match of the year. Ow! Cena's heel turn is the most disappointing thing that happened since I was born. Lost potential. Biggest lost potential. That is... That's probably the biggest black eye that H has on his resume right now as a booker. Just the fumbling of Cena's heel run. So...
Yeah. Like Dave wants to raise a great point here. Oh my god.
It's almost time for a 2.5 minute cheaters break, my dudes.
Suzuki versus Butterbean was the worst. Cena versus Rhodes was a disappointment for a number of reasons as the WrestleMania event, but it was not even in the same category.
I would... You know what? Hold on, is that Meltzer?
Yeah, it's Meltzer.
Okay, well, I feel like... You know, I would feel like just from looking at the names on this top 2, I don't even need to watch both matches to, like, agree with him on that. Like, Butterbean in 2025... It's just obviously going to be bad without, like, a bunch of smoke and mirror bullshit. You know?
Yeah.
Like, Minoru Suzuki versus Butterbean in 2025. That's just, like, obvious, you know? Like, that's a given. You know?
Yeah, he says, a high-profile match being a disappointment is always going to do poorly here. Just some of the bounce listed. And at the end, he says, for the WWE or AEW matches that made the list, it's more something in the match that left people mad. The other was poor in execution.
Well, I know that Cope and Mox are on the top 5.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, they got to number 5.
Which, like, that right there was just kind of like the drudges of the Death Rider stuff. It was just kind of a really heatless match that wasn't befitting of either guy, and then you had Christian Cage cashing in his Money in the Bank contract unsuccessfully. Rather, his Elite in the Bank contract, as I'll call it, unsuccessfully.
Yeah.
It was very not befitting of either guy.
You give it your best shot.
Yeah. It's like, if it were up to me, I would probably put Suzuki versus Butterbean as, like, actual one. Not the WrestleMania match.
Meltzer the type of dude to sniff a seat after a woman sat on it. First off, ew. Second of all,
ew.
No, you're thinking of Aaron Ross, who legitimately sniffed Andrew Tate after he fucking got up off the chair.
Ready now.
Like, I don't know if you're familiar with that, Zach, but there's, like, this shitfluencer, as I'll call him. His name is, Aiden Ross. And he was, like, interviewing, like, Andrew Tate. And when Andrew Tate got up to, like, I don't know what he went to go and do. But when he got up and he left the room, Ross, like, got up out of his seat and went to sniff, like, Tate's seat. So he was sniffing Tate's Tate. It was very, very embarrassing.
Weird. Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, like Aiden Ross is kind of a freak, and that's derogatory. Andrew Tate.
Yeah.
Ugh, I hate that.
Ugh. But
Right Ringer's always hella gay, dude. Always. Like they're so like scared of gay people, but like they are always more fucking gay. It's crazy. Well, now.
Well, I was just saying, look at the next one. I know you had a few things to say about. We had the worst feud of the year, where not one, not two, but 3 AW feuds made the list.
And I think number 1 is absolutely deserved. But we'll talk about that here.
Yeah, the other 2 AW feuds I just want to briefly bring up. Number 6 with like 33 votes. And it makes you go, ha, what feud? That lasted for like 2 to 3 weeks. Jeff Jarrett versus MJF.
That was such a nothing burger of a thing. Yes.
No.
Yeah.
Like Jeff Jarrett came from the lower mid card. He said, I want to have a world title run. Right? He feuded with MJF for like 2 weeks and then went right back to the lower mid card after that. It was record time that they let that shit go.
A bouncing ball.
It was actually impressive how fast they let that shit die on the vine.
Singled it out.
It's like they were embarrassed by the feud, so they quickly scrapped it.
I don't know. I feel like, I feel like public perception has turned around a lot on Jeff Jarrett. So
yeah, but not,
it's almost time for a 2.5-minute Cheetos break, my dudes.
Where both individuals are kind of acting like the heel. It's very strange.
Yeah, because they were trying to position Jarrett as kind of a face. I was like, I don't really think people wanted to cheer for him. He hadn't really earned that yet. I think they were kind of banking on, the...
Runner on second, no out.
Rather, I guess they were kind of banking on, Hangman and kind of his kind of heelish character targeting Jarrett. Like earlier in the previous year, but I don't really think... I think they kind of got the wrong message from that. Because people didn't come out of that thinking about Jeff Jarrett, they came out of it thinking about Hangman,
Yeah.
Because Hangman was the character, like, he was the one who was going through his like, I fucking feel like I need to just be violent to everyone arc,
Yep.
Jarrett ain't as much of a douche as he used to be, and he also... Holy fucking shit! Zach.
Jesus.
Look at this head.
Yeah, it's big. It's
big
so
head.
Big. A bobblehead. It's a bobblehead.
No, literally. Like, who fucking brought a life-size bobblehead onto the diamond? That's insane. Wow. Tech deck dude type head. No. You know what he reminds me of? He reminds me of UB Funkies. Have any of you heard of those? Does anyone remember those? I had a lot of those when I was a kid. I had those UB Funkies on lock. Tech dude type head is great. Every anti-LGBTQ politician is closeted. That's like half true, I would say. Some of them are just hateful. But a lot of them are really just like actually more queer than actual queer people. And it's very funny.
But the other AW feud that made the list is at number 3, 63 votes. We already talked about it, so we don't really need to go into detail. It's Mox versus Adam Copeland.
I like both guys, right? Like, Mox is one of my personal favorites of all time. Copeland is one of my personal favorites of all time. Why can't they work well together?
Yeah.
Actually, no, I don't think it's that they couldn't work well together. I think it was more a consequence of... Cope isn't the kind of guy that you want at the forefront of the Death Rider story.
No. Yeah, more supporting character than anything else.
Yeah, I feel like he should have been more of a supporting character the whole time. positioning him as the main guy when the story really should have been, all right, well, Daniel Bryan, or rather, Danielson is gone, and now is the time for, you know, the AEW guys to step up and take out this group of heels, right?
Yeah.
Copeland has multiple problems with that. He has multiple conflicting things with that, right? And they are as follows.
They are as follows.
1, he's not young. He's like 50 years old.
No, he is not.
Which is fine. He looks fucking awesome for 50 years old. Like he
does.
Like anytime he comes on screen, he fucking looks like that he just got done like surviving in the woods eating nothing but tree bark for 10 years. But but that doesn't change the fact that he's old. You know? And he's not on the up and coming. 2, Copeland is not an AEW guy. You know? Like, I know that he's an AEW
he's not
guy.
An original.
Like, I know that he's an AEW guy in a literal context and where, like, he's signed with the promotion. God damn it, Kenny.
Yeah.
Sorry, man.
I'll do better next time.
You will, when I'm not talking about Adam Copeland. But no, yeah, Copeland is 50.
Yeah, he's not an AEW original. This is only...
Frankly, I feel like 30 is a little generous. I would say, like, early 40s. But the point is, he looks good for his age. But yeah, the second point is he is... I mean, it's not even, like, the fact that he's, like, not, you know, like, an original, like, AEW guy, Zach, because, you know, guys
It's
like
almost time for a 2.5-minute Cheetos break, my dudes.
You know, Joe, those are not, like, AEW originals either, but the audience has accepted them, you know? In Joe's case, because, well, he's Samoa Joe, and 2...
He's everywhere.
And 2, he's always been associated with promotions outside of, you know, outside of WWE. And Swerve, he never really got a chance to really fully integrate into the WWE system either. So, you know, he's able to more easily integrate within, you know, like AEW's system. And also, he's just like uber charismatic and athletic. So, yeah. I'll put a pin in this later. Or I'll put a pin in this because we need to run the ad. Sorry, you guys.
It's break time. Where the heck's the
thinking of Adam
Cheetos, my
Page,
dudes?
LOL. I know there's a lot of Adams in this shit.
Favorite wrestlers have to do with
In
an
Tasmania
Adam.
by Sunsoft, basically all Taz needs to do is grab kiwis and avoid vehicles on the road. To make quick work of this game, first access the options screen by pressing select on the title
did
screen.
you really get Tasmanian Devil?
We did get Tasmania again.
The screen will shake and you will be able to select any level of the game.
funny.
This feature will be much appreciated by players who will find that Tasmania is boring at times. Bottom line,
This game is going at like
with stage select.
100 feet per hour.
Yeah.
It's actually insane how slow it's going. No, I'll put a pin on the Copeland stuff. And then when we get back to it, I'll talk about it a little more.
Yeah.
Yeah, hold on. Give me just a second here. I will do it. Oh my god. I have something incredible to show everyone after stream.
Ooh.
It is real life giraffe in my mask.
Ooh.
It's it is genuinely the craziest thing I've seen in my entire life. I need to show all of you this. Maybe on the next commercial break when I have time to set it up. It's it's not like an actual like giraffe that was taken with my mask on. It was edited on, but you know,
okay.
It's the same sort of thing. Anyways, we're back. Welcome back. But no, like you know, both Swerve.
Nom
both
nom.
Swerve and Joe
Oh,
are
excuse me,
different
we're
things.
back, my dudes.
Copeland's whole appeal is that he is a tenured veteran in AEW. You know? He is most synonymous with stuff outside of the promotion. And that is kind of part of the appeal, you know? I mean, like, his whole fucking biggest feud in there with Christian Cage is all about stuff that they did in WWE. You know?
Yeah, shit, man. I think the Son of Mox is like his second big feud, right?
That was like his second or third big feud in the reign. And
yeah.
And that just doesn't gel with the overall right, like with the overall like image of the feud. Right, like of the title reign. You know?
Mm-hmm.
Idealistically, it is
like,
at odds with the title reign. And I feel like that he should not have been in that prominent position. Maybe as a supporting thing. Maybe as someone that's like, alright, I got this young guy here, right? And I'm gonna help him kick your ass. Not, I'm going to kick your ass myself. You know?
Yeah. Yeah.
Especially not for, like, 2 months worth of stuff. You know?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure it would have gone over better if there's like no champion involved or what have you. For sure it would have gone over better.
It probably would have, but like
Popped it up.
Again, the identity of the title reign was all based around, you know, like the young AEW guy stepping up to fucking take out, you know, a day one AEW guy. That was what was shown at the end of Wrestle Dream.
Hello, Mario.
And that is what it started out as, you know?
Yep.
To have it pivot to a guy that is, for all intents and purposes, a WWE guy that wants to finish out his career in AEW, it doesn't hit the same, you know? It doesn't have the same identity.
Nah.
And, again, that's not to say that Copeland couldn't have been a part of it, but him being the focal point of it was not it, you know? It missed the point. In my opinion, that misses the point of what the range should have been. So, anyways.
Got two more. Got two more. These are very close to each other, my ad. Second place, at 147, we have Cena versus Cody Rhodes, which I assume is the WrestleMania build-up and not the one that was later down the line.
Again, no. I disagree with that big style, frankly. I disagree with that heavily. At least just from, like, an outsider's perspective. There were worse feuds that Cena had in that year, you know? Particularly, hello, Brock Lesnar? You know?
Yeah.
Hello, Brock, I'm going to come into WrestlePalooza and squash you in 8 minutes, Lesnar? What are we doing with that?
Hello?
What are we doing with that? Oh, right. Nothing but pissing Stev off. Even though he doesn't even watch WWE. Also, hi, Sierra, and we're kind of returning to the Wrestling Observer Newsletter Awards to give additional comments. So.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Yeah, so I disagree. I disagree with that. There were worse. But look, I know the one. This is close. Well, 176, first place, which I know you have a few things to say about. We have Max Caster versus Anthony Bowens. It's the worst feud of the year.
I actually have some comments I'd like to give on the Cena heel turn if you like some company. Oh shit, are we getting the Siren Skylark run-in?
Oh no.
That requires a bit of setup. Hold on. That requires a little bit of setup. Oh my god, he's waiting in call right now in the server.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
I don't know about that, brother. I don't want that.
I want that. I want that.
I'll send VC. Just drag me in. Tag me in, coach. Okay, fine. Hold on. I got you. I'm not dragging him into... Hold on. Can you... No, because I don't want to, like, go in there, because what's going to happen is that people are going to see it, and then they're going to join the call, and then I'm going to feel stuck. You know?
Yeah.
So...
Yeah.
So how about this? I will read them. I will read your comments, okay? If you want to type them out, I will read them. I'm fine with a wall this time around. If it is... Oh, can you not pull me into yours? No. This is a private conversation between me and Zach. So...
Mm-hmm.
Which, now that I think about it, I should probably make, like, a recording channel in the server. Whatever. Sorry, Zach. Oh, you were going to say something?
Oh, no, I was just going to say, I know you have a few things to say about the actual worst feud of the year with Max Caster versus Anthony Bowen.
Yeah, and I can get those out while Sierra Skylark is typing his shit out. Dude! Like, I remember when, like, the Acclaim were, like, the hottest shit. You know?
Yep.
I remember when they were the hottest shit. Like, they got so much shit over, they pushed so much merch, and now they look like total flukes. You know?
Yep.
In like 2 years' time, they look like total fucking flukes. Like, Anthony Bowen's singles run has... Honestly, saying it floundered feels mean, because I don't even feel like they gave it much of a chance. You know?
No.
They didn't even try with it, I feel like.
They gave that, it feels like they gave that like 2 to 3 months before they abandoned it.
They gave it 3 months before they gave up on it, and then Max Caster got more over than Anthony Bowens with his comedy gimmick. And then from there, I feel like they just did not know what to do with that, you know? And so ever since, their storyline has been thus. Right? This is their storyline, right?
Yep.
Max Caster, you suck as a singles guy. Anthony Bowens, you also suck as a singles guy. So you guys should just team back up. But they don't want to team back up, and it's been that way for months at this point. Yeah? Also, yeah, I'm so sad. They both rule as singles guys. Like, again, I don't even think they gave Anthony Bowens a fair shake. You know? And, like, Max Caster, like, got himself over, like, with his, Best Wrestler Alive gimmick. Which, you know, it was pretty slow going, but it got there. And I feel like when Max got more over than Anthony, they didn't know what the fuck to do with that. So...
Yeah, I remember looking to, like, the crowd eventually were starting to do the chant with Max. They just started doing that.
Hold on.
But no, chat. I don't blame you if you don't know this feud existed, because it's been like a collision feud and nowhere else on TV.
It's been a collision feud that's been given 2-minute segments and callbacks during random tag matches. It has been a big old nothing burger of a thing, and they have been on square one for what feels like 5 months at this point. It's genuinely like...
It's stinky.
It's genuinely very stinky.
Also, talk about mixed signaling. He's like, oh, you guys are great as a tag team, but you suck as singles wrestler. Talk about mixed.
Yeah, I know. I mean, like, the whole point. Like, here's the thing: Max Caster being a bad singles wrestler was kind of the point, because he was meant to lose a bunch. You know?
Mm-hmm.
And Anthony Bowens, again, like, they didn't even give him a chance to really come into his own, I feel like. They kept him with Billy fucking Gunn. And then, when Anthony was starting to do heelish stuff, they removed that part from him. You know?
Yeah, Billy Gunn bailed. He bailed.
And Billy Gunn bailed, and then he didn't do anything after that.
And now Billy Gunn's with his sons.
Yeah, because like Austin Gunn's, like, all of his friends keep getting injured. So because like Jay White is still not around. Colton is injured right now, I think. I think Jay White is I think Juice Robinson is also not cleared. Ace Austin Ace Austin is there. Like, I fucking love Ace Austin, but he is just there, so. Oh yeah, it's just Austin Gunn and Ace Austin. 2 Austins, brother. What? Anyways.
Yeah. So it's like to say, but that kind of deserves the worst view of the year. Jesus Christ.
2 Austins, 1 gun. Singular gun.
Ayo.
Yeah, it definitely deserves that, frankly. Although,
Welcome to another action-packed.
We got a counter argument here from Siren Skylark. It's fresh off the presses, Zach. He says the following. But yeah, so the Brock match is atrociously bad, but the scope of how much they fucked up the biggest heel turn since Hogan with the Cody match, it is absolutely way bigger of a flop.
At the concession stand. Take home a
I guess when you look at it in the bigger context of things,
secret weapon.
sure, but as a non-WWE watcher, the Cena heel turn being bad, it like all blends into like just a big ol' like stinky burger soup for me, right? Like it's all bad, or like it's all bad, and I'm here just cherry picking like, you know, little moments from it. Although like by the time Cena faced Brock, he was retconned back into the face position. So
yeah, he was back to being a baby face. Yeah.
So maybe that doesn't really count. But still, like, I think just when you combine a lot of things, the optics of having Brock there in the first place, combined with him just squashing Cena in because like, you know, in 2025, Cena's fucking dates didn't grow on trees, even though he was ready for them to grow on trees. But let's just forget about that.
He was ready
for a second.
He was ready to take the year off from like acting and shit to do more dates.
But let's just forget about that for a sec. Let's pretend that they don't grow on trees, right? Having them not grow on trees and having Brock fucking Lesnar, late 40s year old, weird case Brock fucking Lesnar, coming in and squashing him on pay-per-view? On the first pay-per-view on ESPN? Get the fuck out of here! No! Absolutely the fuck not! You know? Come on, what are we doing, Hunter? What are we doing?
Let's play ball!
Because it's not ball. We're not doing ball over here. This is rancid.
Kenny has a consistent slow ball.
What happens if I challenge Stev to a Texas death match? You'll lose. What's up, Zach?
I'm gonna get you better.
Yeah, it's like, what the fuck happens?
Valentino steps up.
What'd it do?
What
Nothing but
say?
piss me off.
Yeah.
Here,
I'll just very quickly
Yeah.
I'll just very quickly go over the rest of this since I don't have much to say about these other ones. I will say about Logan, worst promotion of the year. I will say TNA got 3rd place, like 190. It's like, oh, goddamn.
Man.
The NWA got 2nd place with 329, and the WWE got 1st with 420. Or 20.
And this corkscrew rocks too.
Tony Khan got Best Booker with 655 votes. Promoter of the Year is I don't know how to say his name, the CMLO guy.
Type it in.
Type
it in. I'll read it off. I got decent Spanish.
So I got okay Spanish.
Or rather, I can like look at Spanish names and pronounce them well. So that's really kind of it at this point in time. I need to pick up the books again.
Yeah, pick up those books, Logan. Pick up those books.
It's better than Duolingo. Anyways.
Hey,
bam, non-factor. But yeah, Brock coming back killed the SummerSlam being solid for me, TBA. Oh yeah, I only watched Mania because a streamer friend wanted to watch it live for content. I see. What does this accomplish? Brock already broke the streak and is going to be in the Hall of Fame out of spite. That really is it, though. Yeah.
Yeah. Alright, put it down there.
Here's the wind up
Alright, let me see.
and the pit.
Salvador Luderoth III. That's not even a super Spanish name. Wow. Okay.
No, it's not. I should say, Tony kind of got 404, and he got 485, so it was kind of close.
Yeah, I mean, like, a lot. I mean, you know, this was kind of like the year for him to win it. So, especially with, you know, WWE going right back to sucking. So.
Yeah. Yeah. Look, I will say this about the next one, best gimmick. I was like, oh my god, this is a total landslide. I was like, hey, look at this, Logan. And Paige got second place with 62. Oh, who got first? Tony Storm with 447.
The best gimmick?
Yeah, best gimmick.
Oh, absolutely. Like, Tony Storm keeps finding new ways to, like, keep the gimmick fresh, I feel like. So.
Yeah.
Like, she's getting so much mileage out of it. It's crazy.
Let's see here. As for worst gimmick, okay, I do want to bring up a number 3 since you're vaguely familiar with them now. Number 3 of 96, we have the House of Torture.
Oh, the worst gimmicks?
Yeah, number 3.
I mean, it's just really repetitive, just like, you know, generic heel stuff. So, it's not very entertaining is the problem. So.
Yeah. Second with 134, we have the Wyatt 6.
God damn it.
It makes me go, what are we doing? Yeah, what are we doing here?
What are we doing with the Wyatt 6 beyond them just being a tribute to Bray Wyatt? You know?
Yeah.
Like, that is a genuine question. What are we doing here? Evidently not
and
too
number
much.
Number 1 with 246, we got heel John Cena. Which, yeah, was a complete flop.
The biggest fucking flop, dude.
Biggest flop. Alright, only 2 more.
Oh, fuck.
Only 2 more.
Okay, we might actually have a ball game in this one.
Oh, shit. Oh, it's a Mets, baby! Oh,
it's about the Mets, baby! Come on, Mets! Let's go, Mets! Zach, quick, get Nelson on the horn. I fucking know that he would be fucking with this game heavy.
Air horn.
You know what? I got a fucking good piece of music load up for them whenever they get a home run.
It's the Mets.
Mike Pizza.
Oh, Mike Piazza. That's how you say Mike Piazza. He is actually a New York Mets.
Oh, this is a real Met?
Yeah.
So it is about the Mets. Oh, fuck. It is about the Mets, baby. Wow.
It is about the Mets. It is actually about the Mets. Had a home run, baby.
I got that goddamn E-rank music now. Actually, no, that doesn't really matter for this because he actually has music. Oh yeah, these are the real Mets at the time. Well,
yeah,
the real Mets. We have a real Mets here. Yeah, there's our created characters, I think.
Whew. All right, Logan. Only 2 more left. Only 2 more left. Well, only 2 more. I imagine we're not gonna spend very much time on them, though.
All right.
because the next one is the best pro wrestling book, and we don't read.
We don't read. I mean, I read, but I don't really read a lot of wrestling books. So.
Coming next. I betcha a soda.
Yeah. The one that ended up getting first with 112 was The Irresistible Force, The Life and Times of Gorilla Monsoon.
Slow pitch.
Good move.
I was, oh, alright, it must be a pretty damn good book about Gorilla Monsoon.
Swing early every time.
Listen, I would read a book about Gorilla Monsoon. You kidding? I do that.
Yeah, oh yeah. As for best pro wrestling documentary, the one that got first place with 102 is a Dark Side of the Ring episode about Daphne.
Nice.
I was like, oh yeah, she's from I know she people will know her from TNA. So
I know her from WCW, brother. Mostly from the shit that she did with Crowbar and David Flair. Which
oh man,
you know, that's a whole thing. I don't know why I'm not going for the bunt. I should be doing that.
I will say this: the one that ended up getting second place with 70 votes is called Nevermore: The Raven Effect.
Oh, okay.
That's about. This is just
nice.
Yeah.
I didn't know that there was a Raven documentary. That's awesome.
I got a hankering for some baseball.
Yeah.
All right. Like, I didn't even know there was a Raven documentary.
Yeah.
I should check it out. Oh, fuck me.
Tag first.
Yeah, we have an actual game now, dude.
Yeah.
We gotta lock in.
Flash can also outrun most players on the team.
Runner on first. 1 out.
I'm gonna be honest though, Zach. I kind of forgot that Dark Side of the Ring was sort of a thing.
Yeah, it's still going. Yeah.
It is still going. Crazily.
Yeah.
Here's the motion. The pitch. Swinging. A bouncing ball.
That's a slow roller.
Oh, Pete!
Okay, so this is what the Raven documentary is about. A deep dive into the mind of Raven Wrestling's tortured genius Nevermore explores how one man's pain, brilliance, and chaos helped reshape pro wrestling in ECW's brutal blood-soaked heyday.
He also did well in WCW, but not as well.
Yep. Yeah. It's a wow, dude. It's an almost 2-hour documentary. Holy shit.
Fuck.
Ready now. He throws it. Swing. A bouncing ball.
That little blooper.
The only reward that hasn't been like updated yet is like the Jack Gaspar John Huber Memorial Award. Those gets announced like a little later.
Sure.
2 outs.
Mm-hmm.
He sets. And the pitch.
Alright, good stuff. We'll get through all of it.
Looks over shoulder of the camera. What a mark. I love that.
What a mark.
Hello, Mario.
Rah! Ray J, how are you? Welcome on into tonight's Long Boy Club meeting. I'm trying to beat the Mets here.
The stretch. The 1-1 pitch.
I hear it's all about the Mets, baby.
And the count is 1 and 2.
I gotta fucking lock in.
Into the windup. The 1-2 pitch. Swung. Strike. He goes down on strikes.
Ah, no.
I didn't even see that one.
Dude.
Oh right, look, I might as well say so if you're curious, the AEW book did get second place with 54 votes.
Yeah, that's a decent book. It's fun.
Comes to the plate.
Trying to get something.
It's fine. It's all right.
All right, we need to lock in here. No more fucking around.
Ready now and deliver.
Pitch that shit. Nice.
Fast and furious heat.
That was a show me heater for the breaker coming next. I betcha a soda.
We're gonna do the left hook to throw him off. I know it's a wide range, but I just want to throw him off a bit.
Here's the pitch. The swing.
Mm.
A bouncing ball.
My darn
That's a
news
rough
don't
time of
work
it.
so
That's
good.
reverse.
Nice!
Yeah!
Parker Cullum steps up.
Wow. Column?
Logan, do you know anything about this book? It's called Way of the Blade, AEW edition.
Solid right hook.
I saw it on Amazon once.
Mm.
One out.
But it's kind of like about how, like the concept of, like blood in pro wrestling and its history. So.
Okay.
And how wrestlers and promotions have used it over the years. Dude, that's an awful zone. What the fuck?
I like how we discovered with CMLL, they only used blood one time last year.
Yeah, they used it
during the MJF
once.
feud. Yeah.
Yep, during the MJF feud and Mystico feud. That's when they used it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That's the only time they used it in the year. Which is honestly crazy. Heat.
It's like shit, man. You mean we don't need? You mean we don't need blood in order to succeed? Holy shit!
Not necessarily.
Yeah.
I mean, WWE doesn't use blood and they've been able to succeed. But like, that's mostly in spite of themselves, I feel like. This past year.
Yeah.
Yeah. And the delivery. Strike three. Got him. Strike out. I got you.
Personally, I think the biggest missed opportunity of the Cena turn was not letting the Punk feud breathe beyond a couple weeks.
Yeah.
There's so much
that was
stuff
one of the
there.
nominations, by the way.
Low ball down the middle.
This would be a good time to cinch him with a hook or a crazy pitch.
And the count is 0-1.
Here. I'm going to do this. Because I need to think. Alright?
You're gonna finally turn the chatter off?
I'm gonna turn the chatter off because I need to think. I'm sorry, but they must be quiet for a moment. While I talk to my friend Zachary here. Yeah, instead of doing Money in the Bank again, they had to do the CM Punk humiliation ritual. Complete with having him abandon his morals and wrestle in Saudi.
The wind-up and the offering. Foul ball.
Like, at the time, I was kind of like, alright, well, I'm not gonna believe any, like, I guess, like, progressive thing that Punk says again, but I think it's pretty plain to see that
Easy play for him.
that's what he had to do,
Yeah,
in order to
he was forced.
like, that's what he had to do in order to keep a position, or at least, like, in order to stay in the good graces of modern WWE. It does scream performative ally, and I don't think he's necessarily that. I think he has, like, quite a few progressive beliefs. But in terms of just where Punk is in his career, like, he fucking has to do the corporate dance at this point, because he doesn't have a choice, honestly.
Yep. Yeah.
Even if he doesn't believe it, he kind of has to do it, because he doesn't really have a choice.
This one's out of here.
Because he fucking burned that choice
him
by...
apologizing and shit. I'm just like, this feels like...
Yeah.
It feels like a, it feels like WWE made him, like, forced him to apologize and shit.
Yeah.
That kind of sucks.
Like, Punk's line about that was, I was having a bad day. Yeah, I'm having a fucking bad day hearing you say this. Like, that's bullshit. Anyone with, like, 2 brain cells to rub together can hear that and smell the bullshit. Yeah, he burned the bridges that were his other options. Yeah, he burned all his other options. So, like, at this point, he has really no choice but to swallow the corporate line, because what else can he do? You know? Which, you know, that's shitty. But that's my read on it.
1-1.
So, yeah. That's,
The 1-1 pitch.
Yeah.
But you know, that's like besides the point. The point is that they could have stretched Punk and Cena out to multiple pay-per-view cycles if they really wanted to.
Nope.
But they didn't. They compressed it into less than a month, and then they moved on as if nothing really happened.
Low and away.
Dude, that's actually crazy. That's like one of Punk's and Cena's like most well-known feuds.
Like Cena is Punk's defining feud in WWE, pretty much. Oh fuck!
Oh, second. Oh wait,
dude, dude, I watched that instead of hauling ass. What's wrong with me? Ahmed, you can make it, bud.
Oh, nothing wrong with me.
Yeah! Good job. Good job, Ahmed.
Next up, any color?
I could have gone further with that too, with Amir. I think.
Okay, pitcher, give me one right over the center.
Yeah.
Whatever, though. It is fine.
Into the
Can make it work.
Touch to the plate.
Thank you. I deserve that goddamn roses. Thank you.
The windup. He throws it. Ball 2.
Hey, Stev, I got Pablo as my running back in football. That's awesome.
Takes the stretch and the offering.
That's my goat, brother. What can I say?
But yeah, look, as you're just saying, bro, these are like both these individuals like most defining feuds, and you just compress it like less than a month.
Like it is just a complete waste. I feel like. So. Yeah.
Here's the windup.
Really, Punk selling out is just the cherry on top.
Ball.
That's a slow roll.
Yeah.
Or like that's like the cherry on the shit sundae. So.
Yeah. I still disagree with the Wrestling Observer of Brock Lesnar returning as the most disgusting like promotional tag team. Just no, there's worse. It's so shitty, but there's worse.
Takes the stretch and the delivery.
I mean, I don't want to get like on a giant soapbox about it, but yes, I do think that, you know, them aligning themselves with Trump is pretty fucking,
He's ready now,
like, just brazenly bad. So.
Along with the independent show thing, I forgot the individual's name.
Raja Jackson.
Shit in the. Yeah.
Yeah, that was. Like, that's why people don't take wrestling seriously, dude. Because of shit like this.
Yeah. Yeah.
Runner on first, 2 outs.
Hold on.
Target goes up and delivers. Swing. Whoops. Slice. And the count is 2-2.
I'm getting, like, bad lag on this mouse, too, so.
Into the windup, the 2-2 pitch.
That was a ball! That was so wide!
My new
I call shenanigans.
That was a fucking ball. God damn it.
Oh, alright, look at the Suzuki versus Butterbean match. The closest I found to that was a reaction on YouTube, and the match itself was like 12 minutes.
12 minutes?
Yeah.
How'd they get 12 minutes out of Butterbean?
I don't know, but it sounds awful.
That sounds... Yeah, that sounds genuinely terrible. Wow.
This is awful.
That sounds genuinely awful. Wow. Why would you book that?
Kenny has a consistent.
Who booked the shit?
It's almost time for a 2.5 minute Cheetos break,
Right,
my
well,
dude.
I guess that's the answer. WrestleCon booked this shit. Can we snooze that or no? We're out of snoozes. Yeah, we gotta run it.
Okay. Fuck.
Yeah, we gotta run this shit. Oops.
It's break time. Where the heck's the Cheetos, my dudes?
Raw rolls on after this.
It's no big surprise that IDOS is moving up the video game food chain considering last year's mega hit Tomb Raider. The sequel uses the same formula to great success, with minor control changes for sidestepping, and of course, all new worlds and vehicles. The game starts off with a peek at ancient China. A dragon attacks the Great Wall, and a soldier notices a dagger embedded in his chest. Oddly, removing the dagger results in the dragon's death. Weird. You play Lara Croft, complete with front-loaded anvils, searching for the dagger centuries later. Your path to the dagger will take you just about everywhere, and that snow speeder kicks a major you-know-what. Tomb Raider has slightly more action than exploration this time around, but you may not notice the difference. This is good, because that way everybody's happy. Obviously, we're giving Tomb Raider 2 a good review. We fully expected to do so. We knew the game would be great, and it is. And we've only just scratched the surface. In answer to Lara's giant earrings, however, we have a challenge.
Next break, I'm gonna
IDOS.
get water.
In Tomb Raider 3, create a storyline in which Lara gets breast cancer. Imagine
because
the
I need to lock
of
in
a
for
vulnerable
this.
Lara Croft, still persisting in her worldly adventures despite her illness.
You gotta be the best around.
I need to, dude. I have no other choice.
But we guarantee the gaming world would be shocked, stunned, and moved at the effort to make Lara's character more meaningful. We love Lara, but it's about time the industry had a big
I have no
shock for a
choice but to
change.
lock in.
It's no shock that Tomb Raider 2 is excellent. Everyone should
It's
buy
like define
period.
lock-in. And so I'm gonna show you what lock-in really means.
Exactly. Exactly. Making sure I don't have as much shit open, so I have as much memory as my computer can muster. Because right now, goddamn, OBS is hogging all of it.
What a hog. Dude,
What
that's
a
like Game
fucking
Jam
hog.
quote. What a hog.
Did you see, Zach, did you see that video I sent you today where it was like the most normal Sonic Archie storyline and it's
Nom
the
nom
one
nom.
clip
Oh, excuse
from
me,
the
we're
Hong Kong
back, my
97
dudes.
video?
No, I haven't. Hold on, I'm gonna look at that right now.
It was like motherfucking demons arrived from the planet Jupiter. Motherfucking demons from the planet Jupiter arrived through the Manhattan portal. The leader of United States calls upon Master Joe, John Wayne's half-cousin stepson, to annihilate the 2.5 octodecillion alien scum of the universe. However, on Jupiter's secret moon, a secret plan is executed to revive the demon overlord Dill Clinton into a mecha doomsday machine.
And the throw. Low ball 1. 1 and 2.
Dude, trying to look at TikTok videos is like actually a pain for me now because I'm never gonna accept the new terms of service. Trying to find the find button is like a pain.
What, do I need to download them now and send them to you?
Yeah, probably because I legit cannot find the sound button on these videos now because I refuse to agree to the terms of service.
Ah, fuck. Okay. Well then, yeah, I'm gonna need to like send them. I'm gonna need to download them and send them to you then.
Yeah.
You know what? At the very least, these other batters are getting fucked over by, you know, the strike zone too. Ah, that's a foul ball, dude. Get out of here. That's about to go into the friggin' lawnmower. Wow.
1 out.
Yeah, holy shit.
Corkscrew. I think we could get that corkscrew out.
Pitch on the way. That was a ball.
Ah, nope.
I'm gonna strike them all out.
Are you sure, Kenny?
Yeah, he will.
A swing. Lined back.
See? He did it.
And he can't get it. Chucks it over. Safe.
Did he though?
Damn it. Yeah, see? Yeah, he fucking did it.
Well, it's not a strikeout.
1 out.
Well, listen. This right here is going to be different. Watch this.
From the stretch. Cuts to the plate. Swing.
See? We started out good, Zach.
That's a
That was a slow one.
that's what we call a pro gamer move.
Pinch him with
Exactly.
a hook or a crazy pitch.
0 and 1.
I have faith in this
So
Heat.
big, the strike zone.
Dude, she was just like dragged back to first base. Did you see that?
Yeah.
You know, Mike.
Like a mouse came up and just dragged her back.
I prefer the polka.
Runner on first.
Oh no, better watch out, Logan.
It's all about the Mets, baby. Here he is. He's gonna show me that it's all about the Mets.
It's Mr. Met.
Pete!
It up, throws it to second.
Nice.
Yeah!
Halfway through.
We can do it.
Steps in.
That kid's waving the bat around like it was a toothpick.
With nobody out. This one's going yard.
I just want to get the line drive, dude.
He comes center.
Actually, no.
Get on base.
Ball one.
Actually, no. You know what? I'm making those power moves this time. I'm making those power moves right now.
The stretch. Throws it. The swing. Strike.
Or at least I would if my fucking mouse cursor would be there. Hold on.
Damn.
Into the motion. Here's the pitch. Swinging. Another strike.
What do you mean? It's like phasing through her.
He winds. The 1-2 pitch. That's all.
You know, I don't think JavaChris that great of a batter, if I'm being perfectly honest with you. I think I'm gonna lower
like
her
the
down.
Worst person on your team.
Yeah, she's like the worst on the team, if I'm being perfectly honest with you.
He comes center. The pitch. That was a ball. 1-0.
Ball.
Alright, here we go. Come on.
Takes the stretch and the
That's another ball.
High ball 2. And the count is
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense to me, brother.
from the windup, the delivery.
That
was just right into the strike zone, dude.
Yeah, just barely caught it.
Fire.
That's right outside.
That is definitely a ball.
Yeah, it's definitely outside the strike zone.
Oh,
come on.
Calm down, Keisha.
3-1 pitch. The wing.
That's out.
Toward right field.
Oh.
That's gotta be out of here, right?
Yeah. No. No, it's not. Run, Keisha. Run. Oh, run,
What?
Keisha. Run.
Huh? Okay.
Snags the triple.
I'm good with that
yeah,
standing
stay,
triple,
stay.
frankly. That's okay.
Pablo
Yeah.
Sanchez steps in.
We take those.
Oh, Pablo.
After this inning, we might do a bit of a break. A bit of a full break.
Mm-hmm.
The target goes up. Cuts to the plate.
Get some water.
Strike one.
What is he waiting for?
Oh, caught the zone.
That's barely in the zone.
From the stretch and the delivery. Strike.
That's also barely in the zone.
He's got one more shot.
Oh, yeah, you're trying to be cute, aren't you?
Fine, you know what? I have...
And the pitch. Swing.
Yeah, baby.
Fumble it. Oh! Hey! Standing double!
Oh, go home. Let's go.
Into second with a standing double.
Ooh, 3-2, baby.
Good hustle. These kids
3-2. We got a game, brother.
Juan Gonzalez.
Ooh, we're so back.
We're not out of this just yet.
1 out.
keep this one go by.
Goodbye. Here.
The Undergrounder.
Into the motion, throws it. Swung on. An unforgettable undergrounder.
It's like you gotta have ESP to know where that thing's.
Oh, let's go!
What
It's time.
What a fucking dude! What a play! Wow. We're in this, dude.
Watch this. Home run.
We're so back.
Dude, I have faith. I have faith she can get that home run.
Target goes up. The delivery. The wing. And
My faith was misplaced.
Can of corn for the opponent.
What? What are you doing? Why? Why are you so slow now? Yeah, we gotta get this home run, dude. Sarah Skylar, thank you very much for the... Dude, that wasn't even a gifted sub. You just subbed. That's crazy, dude. Thank you. I appreciate that. This one's for you, Siren. Fumble, 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 fumble. Yes! He fumbled! Woo! It's over the fence! And he's going home, right? Yeah! Get home, brother. Woo! We love him. We love Juan Gonzalez.
This kid's looking.
All right, Amir, do your brother proud.
This one's out of here.
For
what the fuck?
life.
Hype train? Oh, I got that! Dude, I did it while looking away! I did it while looking away! We got that home run, baby! Yeah! That's all because of the hype train, dude! That was all because of the fucking hype train! Holy shit!
Yeah! Yeah!
Wow! Yeah. Let's fucking go, man. Wow. Let's fucking go. The Khan brothers have made it to home. They've made it home, dude. Thank you. Thank you, Deontay and Seer and Skylock for the subs. And we got a hype train going. I don't think I've had that in like 3 years. I don't think I've had that shit in like 3 years, I'm gonna be honest with you. Wow, thank you.
Target goes up. He throws it.
Ahmed said, not without my Borther. Borter. Dude, I've heard of Borther, but not Borter. That's awesome. You know what? No. Don't fucking correct yourself, Deontay. Do not correct yourself, Deontay. Keep that shit. That's awesome.
I'm gonna steal that.
Consider that shit stolen. That's bad.
Oh no.
Slow roller.
Wheel, Kenny. Wheel.
Ah, he wasn't fast enough, dude. What, dude? What a. Let's fucking go, man. What a tremendous inning.
This young man can get the job done.
What a tremendous inning. That was great. Here we got
We're
that.
not afraid of Tony DeVecchio.
Ready now. Heads to the plate. The swing. A bouncing ball. Pitcher.
It's Tony DeVito from ECW.
We got him out.
And now he's out. I blame the grass for Kenny. The grass probably doesn't help. You're right. Maybe I should have picked one that was more like dirt. You know? Maybe I should have picked a dirt field for our home base.
And the delivery. A swing. Strike.
Nice.
Low ball down the middle.
Bet the batter wasn't expecting that.
0-1.
Now we got that corkscrew. Yeah, buddy.
Wow, corkscrew pitch.
Okay. Hype train for dude. Do we need a better hype train for the out? I feel like we need to increase the hype train on this out. Let's go, man!
Hey!
Holy shit! You are good, Kenny. The GOAT is back, baby.
Parker Cullen comes to the plate.
I got a bad.
The GOAT is back.
You're so back.
Alright.
The motion and the pitch. Swinging.
That's what I'm talking about. I know, man. That right there is the shit. That right there is what it's all about. Here we are.
Here's the GOAT.
Ball one.
Oh, WrestleMania. This may sound dumb. Hey, Stev, you want to be my quarterback? I don't want Tom Brady. Dude, are you saying I'm better than Tom Brady?
Into the motion.
Oh,
I'll fucking take that. I'll take that shit. Why not?
He scoops it up, throws it over to.
What? No! JavaScript!
No!
Why?
Why?
See, this right here is why you're a warrior princess and not a baseball player. bet. Let me create you real quick. LMFAO. I'm honored.
Oh, no.
I'm honored, brother. Wow.
He winds and delivers.
Nice.
A swing and belts it.
Not nice.
Runs over.
Ah, but the fence.
Oh.
The fence.
Gets it off the
Pablo.
wall. Right
Pablo.
throw to home.
Ooh!
Oh.
Oh!
Yeah, let's go.
Halfway.
What a play.
One left on.
Ooh.
Thank you very much for the
Let's go,
hype train, everyone.
The competition is.
That was a great way to cap it off.
Beat Wheeler.
Okay, I think we need to take that time out now. I want to get up, refill my water, get a snack. Give you a chance to rest.
Get that juice break.
Zach.
What am I supposed to do again?
Time out. That's what you're supposed to do, Pete.
Let's get some juice or something. Refill yourself.
Yeah, we need to get that juice back in us, dude. It's Pete. Fucking it's Pete.
He's him.
It's Christian. Anyways. Yeah. We're gonna go ahead and we're gonna do the goddamn break here. I'll see you guys in a bit, okay? Thank you again to Deontay and Skylark for the subs. It was really nice of you guys. You didn't have to do that, but you did. And you inadvertently started a hype train. It was very fun. And I'm very, very grateful for that. Thank you. I think it made me do better, frankly. Also, hi, Big Gamer Nexus. Welcome on in. We're about to go to a break. Zach, is there anything you want to say before we go to break, or no?
Not really. Pete's the goat.
Dude. Genuinely. And we'll see. Lurking for a bit as I make a snack, but ye, glad to help. Well, I hope to see you guys back here in about 10-ish minutes. See y'all. Dude, am I actually better than Tom Brady, chat? Apparently Ray J thinks so, because now I'm jersey number 69 in goddamn backyard football as the quarterback. I mean, like, listen.
Nice.
You'll have to, yeah, nice. Nice, exactly. You'll have to tell me if I'm nice at, you know, football, because I don't know shit about it. Yeah, hi everyone, welcome back to tonight's meeting. We are face to face with the Mets here. And welcome on in, Big Gamer, first of all. If you're still here, hopefully you're doing well tonight.
Swing.
I know we kind of, went to break just as you were coming in. Fuck! Yeah, not even Pete's fast enough for that.
Yeah.
I got a hankering for some baseball spankering.
I don't think anything else is going to get her to base. It needs to be the undergrounder. There you go.
There we go. Oh my gosh, she actually did something.
Wow.
Hey, she's so slow.
She's very slow. Like, that's why I did the line. That's why I did the undergrounder.
Flash is the funniest kid on the team, and everybody loves being around her.
Runner on first.
Around her.
One out.
Thanks, Bowser Jr.
He is Bowser Jr., isn't he?
Yeah. My Mama Peach alone.
You said that Sunny Days is also Peach?
Yeah.
That's so funny. You got like a mother and son combo here. In a way.
Uh-huh.
I'm scrambling.
And
fuck.
she's out. Goes for the slide. He'll be held to a
Yeah. That's the thing about JavaScript. She just isn't good.
Pablo Sanchez steps in.
Look, it's me, you, Pablo, and fucking Ray Lewis in one team. We unstoppable.
Oh. Final fact, Logan. Vinny's VA is also Ernie in this game.
I need to hear Ernie again. Then.
Yeah.
Because I don't recall him sounding anything like Vinny the Gooch. Who's that? A dude named Tracy is who it is, with the Long Boys, Girls, NBs, and AGs, and you're just in time for the home run from Pablo fucking Sanchez! Hi everyone, my name is GirafaStev. I'm the president of the Long Boy Club, the very long and large enjoyer of gaming, wrestling, Pablo getting those big frickin' W's, and my stinky cats. Tonight, we are playing Backyard Baseball 2001.
Hello,
Hi,
Mario.
Nina. Hi, Tracy. Hopefully you guys had a good night this evening. What were you doing this evening, and did you have fun with it? If anyone is unfamiliar with me, I'm a lot like Tracy in that I specialize in wrestling games, but I also do role-playing games, strategy games, and now other sports as well, because I would like to get into more things this year, and also the Backyard Baseball stuff is something I'm pretty nostalgic for. So, at least the 2001 version. Before this, we played the 1999 version, which I wasn't too familiar with.
And I'm running.
Nice of it.
But we did have fun with that, so. Pablo scoring both baseball and football. Let's go, dude. That's a fucking W. Wow.
Home run.
Minecraft. That's awesome. What were you doing in Minecraft?
The stretch, cuts to the plate, swung on, strike one.
Yeah, Logan's becoming what his father always envisioned, being a sports fan.
Sports fan. The lightning sound effects right there.
And that's an out.
Like, that's the scream sound effect. The fucking Wilhelm sound effect, too.
Mm-hmm.
A sports fan. And then the Wilhelm sound effect. That's me.
No, I don't want to be a sports fan.
No! I don't want to be a sports fan! No! No!
It was in there like
0-1.
I can't have that, chat. I have a reputation to uphold.
Rose it.
I'm like Scott the Woz in RPGs, you know? My whole shtick is that I don't know about them.
Ready now. The 1-1 pitch.
Unless of course, it's pro wrestling.
1-2.
Yeah.
Ready now.
I don't want to sacrifice my love of pro wrestling for some stupid fucking sports ball.
Pablo, catch it.
That'd be a ground.
I kind of misdirected him a little bit, I feel like.
Yeah, you did, but...
I kind of fucked him a little bit there.
left hooks for breakfast.
Oh, I'm sorry, Pablo.
I'm sorry, man. My bad.
He's set.
That was my poor coaching.
My B.
Now give us another one, baby.
They have a runner on second.
Baby.
Another one, baby. I can, like, imagine him, like, putting his, like, index, middle, and thumb fingers together and, like, pulling them back and forth when he's saying that.
I feel like he's doing the Austin Powers thing with the come on, baby.
Austin Powers is a good shout. I like that. Did some chill Minecraft today. It was fun. Nice. I'm glad you had fun, bro. If you gotta do post-stream care, that's absolutely fine. I understand.
From the stretch.
Thank you for entrusting your community to me as the humongous Hornets continue to battle the Mets here on, I think it's called the Gridiron, chat. No.
Or Steel Iron, I believe. Oh, no. Oh, it's gone.
Oh, the feds.
Oh, no,
dude, the feds saved it.
Rifles it.
Wow.
Checks it to third.
I don't think that the AI is as stupid in this as it was in the first game. I don't think I'm gonna.
It's been improved.
I don't think I'm gonna trick it like I did in '97.
Yeah, I can very easily manipulate in the '97 game. Oh, it's running out of juice.
He's running out of juice, but Amir's getting back up to speed, I feel like, so we'll swap him out.
Amir Khan now up on the mound and
Pablo pitch in case of emergency.
Let him know who's boss.
Yep. But Amir and Kenny are the go-tos.
swung on. A long
Oh shit.
runs over to
I
it.
don't like that sound. I don't like that sound. Go on,
That was a
Keisha.
bad sound.
Oh, they're back in this.
No. I gotta play the music now, chat. I'm sorry. Hold on. E-rank music.
Play drums, too. I think it's always a good idea to have something to fall back on. Me? I got my job at the plastic turtle factory.
Child labor?
The wind-up and the
Yeah, it's like joke.
a long slide.
Oh no!
Oh fuck.
Oh, Pablo wasn't fast enough.
Fires it over.
Dude, the Mets are getting smarter, I fear.
Oh no, it's about the Mets. I fear. Wait. Yeah, you thought? Yeah, no.
You thought! You fucking thought, you bitch! Get over here! Ah! Really?
That one's going way over her.
Show's wrong.
Up with it.
Well, at least I prevented it from stealing.
That kid's waving the bat around like it was a toothpick.
Runner on first. One out.
Dude, I wanted that out fucking bad. Wow. Ah, you stink, Tony.
That pitch is a tough one for a batter to get anything off of.
Here. Well, is there one that's not as big? How about this?
Yeah, seriously.
Swung on.
Nice.
It. 0-2.
About alright, right hook time. Down towards this
Coach,
area.
I'm getting tired.
Delivery. A swing. And drove one.
Ooh,
No.
I don't like that sound.
That's a foul. That's a foul. That's gotta be a foul.
No!
What? Wow.
Remember that.
Dude, they're fighting back. The Mets are fighting back.
We're tied. Oh no.
We are fighting. They're fighting back big style here. Wow.
Tony, you suck. Never mind. I was not familiar with your game.
I was not familiar with his game, exactly. Hold on. The chat is frozen. Give me a second. There we go. Alright. We gotta lock in now. Otherwise we're gonna lose our... Otherwise we're gonna lose ground here real quick.
Doesn't have the both Amir Khan and Kenny are tired.
Yeah.
That pitch is a tough
Run
one
out
for
the
a batter
juice.
to get anything off of.
Which means I'm gonna need to kind of take inventory of who we've got. And kind of determine who's gonna step up in this crucial moment.
The 1-1 pitch. Straight.
Nice.
Like that. Okay, that juice is going way down.
1-2.
No, that's way too big. That's way too big. Right hook. Come on.
Swung on. Belted it.
Are you kidding me?
Oh
Three!
no.
3 home runs!
Way back. Out of the
Alright, you gotta get him out of the game.
I gotta put on the E-rank music again.
Damn.
Okay, hold on. My roster. Let's look at our stats here. Pete's a bad pitcher. We have anyone that's like decent at pitching right now?
God, really always.
Java
Pablo,
crit.
isn't it?
Let's do it.
Lucky takes the hill. Ready to pitch.
Come on, Java crit. You can do it. Wow, all of her pitches are equal though. So, so really you can't go wrong with too much here.
Ready now. Pitch on the way. Swinging.
Nice.
Strike. Gave him the heat.
Think I felt the wind.
Oh shit, that means you get one more chance next inning.
What now?
The wind-up.
That means you get one more chance next inning.
A blooper.
I got 2 more innings to catch up. It's okay.
Oh, you do. Oh, yeah, you do. Sorry, I thought it was bomb.
Yeah, we're gonna do the zigzag here.
Pitch on the way.
Dolph Ziggler style, baby. Oh, hey.
Ah!
Short. Skips one to the shortstop. Throws it to first.
Kenny! Kenny! Come on, Kenny!
First. She chokes.
Tell me that didn't just happen.
She chokes!
Dude. Fucking big choke. Wow.
Choker.
Stevie Lynn.
Oh, that's it, got a power up.
Runner on first.
Oh, what, they got a power up too?
Yeah, you're a whoop, dun, dun. That means they got a power up from hitting off your special move.
Damn.
Yeah, okay. wherever you have a special move from the pitcher, they get someone gets a power up.
Wow.
That's a moonshot.
Better take a picture now, 'cause this
Holy shit.
It's out of here. Wow.
Courtney Valentino.
And we're right back to where we began, really.
Looking to make a name for themselves.
1 out.
Yeah, we gotta start
shit,
fucking doing something here. Because this is bleak. This is not looking good.
Bouncing ball. He scoops it up. Zings it to
It's all about the Mets.
Nice, Amir. If we win this, it's gonna be by close fucking margins, I feel like.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I believe. I believe in my team. We can do this.
Starting to sweat over here.
Running back.
Dude, are you kidding me?
No, please bounce off the please. Oh!
We're down by 4 in a single inning. They caught back up. That's the power of the Mets, baby. Wow.
Strike. 2 outs.
I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do the heat.
From the windup.
That's heat.
Ball 1.
Now that's heat. Yeah, ball.
1-1.
Oh no.
The windup and the pitch.
Man, you're getting tired already? Holy shit.
Left of center, running up to it.
Keisha, catch it, please.
Keisha, please.
No.
The throw.
That was a truly unimpressive maneuver.
Well, you know what, man? Fuck you, man. I'm over here doing a thing, and you're over here criticizing. No, that's crazy, bunt, brother.
It's crazy. Oh, look how crazy it is.
It's running around like a crazy monkey or something.
Oh.
The throw.
Oh,
Kenny! Throw the ball!
A bit miscalculated.
Kenny!
Chucks it over.
Oh no, down by 5.
We are down by 5. How many points did they score? 10!
10! They smacked you silly.
Dude. That was a crazy inning. Yeah, I was about to say, I don't see you playing baseball here, Vinny the Gooch. I just see you over there criticizing.
Strike 1 with nobody out.
Oh, it's out of the zone.
Wow. They smoked us that last inning. But Ahmed makes a statement immediately. The humongous Hornets are not going to go down without a fight. Holy shit. I love this mid-eye here. That's cute. I like that.
I love his theme.
Alright, Amir.
I love Amir's theme. It's just a lower pitch version of it.
It's like a less polished version of it. I like it.
Yeah.
Dude! No way!
Oh,
No way!
No. Wait, yes!
No way!
Yeah, let's go!
I don't know what kind of pitch that
Wow!
Just like chicken.
2 home runs back to back!
Let's go back to back.
Wow.
What a statement.
What a game this has been, man. That right there is twin magic at its finest. We got Ahmed and Amir.
Brother magic right there.
Pulling out back to back home run, getting that batting boost because his brother. Oh, I know. Thank God for that batting boost. Otherwise, we would probably be in a worse position, if I'm being honest with you.
Can I gotta be real with you? I don't have much faith in you.
Well, listen, Zach, he doesn't have much faith in you. About that.
It's like you gotta have
See?
ESP to know where that thing's gonna pop.
No, I don't have confidence that he's gonna make it all that way.
Yeah.
Well, maybe I would have if I committed earlier.
Yeah.
If I committed earlier, he probably could have done it.
Really is the
Probably because of how tired he's been.
Which is great as long as he's headed.
Did you know someone made a jazz tune about Pete Wheeler? No! Send me that shit.
Get a touchdown.
That sounds
Yeah,
awesome. Send me that shit. That sounds awesome.
Throws it.
That's a ball.
Give me a ball.
Okay, never mind. That's a strike.
To me.
And the count is
Barely in there.
This is a competitive game. It's much more competitive than the last one.
Here's the pitch. Swung
Yeah.
on. A bouncing ball.
That wow, what? That's a swinging bunt right there. Dude, Kenny. Pete, what are you doing? Pete!
Slides in. Secures a single.
Yeah, Kenny's cooked here. I should have picked one that was like a dirt field rather than a grass one. My bad.
Also probably because Kenny is tired.
Yeah, Kenny's probably...
From the windup,
He's probably wiped.
Swing. And a foul
Kenny's
ball.
probably
He
wiped.
needs the juice.
Yeah, he needs the juice, brother. He's not getting any. No one's getting any now.
And delivers. Swinging.
No way! First Java Crypt home run! Oh, no! It couldn't be so, man.
Man. We'll take it, though. We'll take it.
Oh, but Keisha's here to seal the deal, I feel like.
This ball been very, very good to me.
It's not been good to me today. It's been really off and on in this game, honestly.
A bouncing ball.
Oh.
That's a slow roller.
That is bleak. That's dire. That's
Yikes.
dire.
Yeah.
Honestly, Java.
Yeah.
We're playing it safe.
I'm so confused.
We're playing it safe. We're playing it safe.
The AI is so confused.
They do, genuinely. I mean, I wasn't paying attention to that, but that looked really fucking awesome.
On first and third, 2 outs.
Pablo, you bro.
He can do it.
Into the windup, fires. Swung on.
He can do it.
And the count is
I
0.
caramba. In fact. In fucking
Into the
fact.
windup, fires. Swung on.
I was outside the strike zone.
0-2. From the windup, fires. Ball 1. 1-2. From the windup, pitch on the way. Ball 2.
You're...
2-2.
Dude, you're rage baiting me.
From the windup, the 2-2 pitch. A swing. Strike. He gave
It's out of the zone. I'm sorry, Pablo.
That's the end of the 5th.
You're... Dude.
Trailing. Mike Piazza comes to bat.
You're shitting me.
I was out of the zone. Oh.
And the offering.
Dude, I'm actually gonna be so sad if after all this time we lose it.
Please don't catch this.
And misses. He's all over it. Throws it over. Oh no, missed it.
Oh my
Bet you
goodness.
that was a spitball and it was slippery.
The throw.
Oh Lord.
He dropped it. Rifled it.
Oh Lord.
Just...
What?
Stop.
Next batter.
No. Hold on.
Time out.
You got... No, come over here. Come over here, guys. Come over here. What are you doing? What the fuck are you doing?
What are you?
We're down by 3 and it's the last inning. What are we doing out there?
Keep tripping over yourselves.
Keep tripping over yourself. Do we need to do something here? Like, what are we, like, what is happening? Pablo. You're the only one I trust at this point, man. Out of everyone here, you are the one I trust. So,
Pablo Sanchez
go do it.
Steps up to the pitcher's mound.
Oh, look at him.
Weapon is a viable force on the pitching mound. Nuff said.
Damn right.
What is he good at here? Heat? Heat? Yeah, that heat, brother.
The delivery.
That's heat!
Bring the heat.
A bouncing
Ooh,
ball.
wow, that's a real fast spell. Holy shit.
Straight to second. He's out. Wings it.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
Okay. Okay. Note to self, Pablo's fastball is really fast.
It's very fast. Wow. Speedball.
Here's the pitch. Swinging.
Yeah, you like G's up for that too. You see that.
Leaps up. He gobbles
Yeah.
on to second. Safe.
Oh, should have thrown the first.
Quick toss to third.
Bump into each other.
Why? Dude, just move in opposite directions. This is not hard. This is not hard to accomplish. Just move in different fucking directions.
Don't try this at home, kids.
This is very simple stuff.
The wind up. Here's the pitch. The wing. A bouncing ball.
Oh, double play?
And he goes
Not.
to second. That'll send him back to the dugout.
Okay. That's an out.
Stevie Lint steps up.
This kid's one tough cookie, Sonny.
I am
Is he though?
very tense right now, chat.
He's set. The delivery.
I need a
He's
massage.
trying to lock in.
Swinging.
I'm trying.
Popped it up.
Catch it.
Not gonna make it.
Oh,
Why?
you're in the red as well.
They scored. The throw to
How?
I'm gonna fell over.
Okay, hold on.
time out.
Hold the fucking phone. Kenny, I'm putting you in the outfield. Juan. Shortstop. Okay. Okay.
From the windup.
Okay? Okay.
Swing. Back towards the outfield. On the run.
I think she can do it. She can do it.
And
Yeah!
say goodbye.
Yeah, let's go.
We've shut them down in this inning. Halfway through the inning now.
Not really. I scored a run.
Juan Gonzalez is the batter.
The fabulous Gooch predicts this kid is going places.
I'm sending that ball on a one-way trip to Cooperstown.
All right.
He said every time.
The stretch and the pitch. That was a ball. Nobody out.
This is all or nothing, dude. This is the last inning.
Target goes up. Fires.
Yeah.
Swing.
Move, mouse!
Oh.
1-1.
Oh, that's what's moving.
Takes the stretch. The 1-1 pitch. A bouncing ball.
Send him scrambling.
Yeah! Fumble the ball.
And I got a
I got
and I got a
power
special
Yeah.
and I got a special bat.
The undergrounder.
Here's the windup. Cuts to the plate. The wing. Pops
Bad.
it up.
That was bad. That was quite bad.
And that's an out. Back first into first on a sharp single.
Terrible start. Awful start, man. Awful fucking
Yeah.
start.
He's got Ahmed Khan at the plate.
I wouldn't
Ah,
want
come
to meet
in.
him in a dark alley. I wouldn't want to meet him in a light alley either. Alleys are scary.
What?
Runner on first. One
Oh,
out.
they are, Vinny.
This one's out of here.
Into the windup. Fires. Swinging.
Yeah, brother.
It's like you gotta have ESP to know where that's
Yeah!
Oh, yeah, let's go.
All right, Amir. Run it back.
You're such a young kid. Good attention span. You'll be a great player one day.
I'm gonna smack this one.
Smack it.
The stretch. Here's the pitch. Swing. A bouncing ball.
Send him.
What, Amir?
Amir, no, Amir, you're slow. Oh, you're tired, Amir. Oh no.
What? Huh?
The AI's not doing anything.
Huh?
The AI is
Huh?
not doing anything.
What?
The AI broke.
Penny's chair gets in the way when he's batting. So
Oh, what?
Okay, pitcher, give me one right.
What happened there? They feared his aura. I mean, dude, with how he's been performing this game, I would be too.
An unforgettable undergrounder.
It's like you gotta have
There you go.
ESP to know
Yep.
where that
Yeah,
I
let's
did that
go.
specifically because I was expecting that right there.
really hustling today.
I specifically was expecting that.
Down by 2.
Wheeler steps in.
He's the kind of
Oh, I'm not confident, dude. Here.
I'm gonna hit a touchdown.
Now
Perhaps.
pitching, Marcellus Marks.
No, I didn't need them to do that this time, dude.
Here's the motion and the offering. Strike!
I'm not a fan of this,
Into the
dude.
motion, he throws it.
Oh!
My, oh my!
all I can say is I can dig it, baby. Oh, yeah.
Run, run, gun.
I didn't. No. No, 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 no.
Wheels fell off.
Zach, why did you tell me to run? Why did you tell me to fucking run?
Look, he's gonna go home. He's gonna go home.
Listen, I will give you that. He is gonna go home.
Kind of hustling. I like it.
But I'm not gonna take any other chances on this one.
Okay.
But they're obviously getting tired. So.
Yeah.
Lucky steps in.
We're both tired.
Both teams are tired, dude. It's been a long ass game. But.
Into the windup and the delivery. Looped up.
That's a can of corn for the opposing team.
He's out. Tag second.
Dude, what kind of a hit is that?
Oh boy, last chance.
Keisha Phillips, turn it back.
This kid's a piece
Keisha,
Runners on first and second. 2 outs.
get out of here, Keisha.
Here's the motion and the delivery. Strike! 0-1. From the windup, throws it. A swing. A
That's
bouncing
bad.
ball.
Gotta watch your
Yeah, that's
kneecaps
bad.
on
That's
those
bad.
things.
That's very bad.
He's out.
Can't win a game
Yeah.
if you don't get on base.
The Hornets
Shove, Vinny.
down. 13-14.
You win some, you lose
Oh.
some. Unfortunately, today was one of those lose some kind of days.
This is Sunny Day and Vinny the Cooch saying see you next time.
Damn.
I should have bunted, man.
Depressing hours.
I should have bunted.
You were in you were in swing mode right there. I could tell.
I'm not satisfied with that, Chet. I want to do one more.
It's one more game.
Are we all here for this? I'm here for this. I'm not tired. I could keep doing this shit. This game is rigged. Dude,
It was rigged from the start.
I'm starting to think that shit too. What the fuck? Who brings the Mets to the kids again? Dude, honestly, we fucking hung with the Mets. Alright? We hung with them. We showed in that game that we can hang with the best. We just need to become the best. That's our only thing that's holding us back. Okay? Now,
We gotta be the best around.
we gotta be the best around so that nothing can ever keep us down. And in order to do that, I need to move JavaScript. down to the bottom of the rotation. Because her being at number 2 is just not good. It was almost the greatest comeback of all time. Dude, that would have been worthy of another hype train. You basically scared an official baseball team. Yeah. And dude, that shit counts for something. I don't care who you are. That shit counts for something, dude. Amir's a good shortstop, so I'm gonna keep him there. And I'll keep Java Crits. Actually over there. I think that's good. Okay, cool. Who are we facing now?
Who are we facing now?
We are facing...
Oh, we're facing the Braves.
The Atlanta Braves. Here in the same backyard.
Hello there, all you tried and true baseball fans. Hi there, sports fans. I'm Sunny Day, along with my partner, Vinny the Gooch. Say hello to the nice people, Vinny.
Nice. I got a bowl of potato salad dumped on my head on the way in here.
Oh, Vinny, behave.
What? It's true. Today's matchup is between the Atlanta Braves and the humongous Hornets. These kids have been working hard all season. Sometimes it pays off, and sometimes, well, you can't win them all. At this point, it's still hard to tell if they'll make the playoffs or not. But they're gonna try their hardest, that's for sure.
And now, kids, it's time...
We'll meet the Mets later in the season, at least, again. And at that time, we'll get that W. Alright? We'll
Have
get
the
our
revenge.
win back then. But for now, we need to look forward, and we need to focus on the Atlanta Braves. What did Vinny do for him to get hit with some of the worst foods in existence? I like potato salad.
Play ball!
Are you saying you don't like potato salad, Deontay?
Kenny Kawaguchi.
Kenny has a consistent slow ball.
I'm gonna strike them all out. Arlene Perez steps up.
All right, let's get down to business.
The Atlanta Braves and the Chicago Cubs have the same colors, and that throws me off.
From the windup.
Yeah.
It's a good thing I didn't go with Cubs colors for this. Otherwise, I would have been completely fucked. We'll get that heat. That's heat.
No, that's heat, brother. Oh, that ain't heat. That ain't so heat.
Off the wall, and he's got it. Chucks it over. Here's the throw to second. Safe on
Damn.
second.
Whatever. I can't. The textured tastes are too much.
Jones at bat.
I wonder how you get a name like Chipper.
They have a runner on second. No out.
Oh shit, Chipper Jones of the Atlanta Braves.
They all have at least one real-life player, I feel like, and they're all corresponding to their teams. It's like the teams they're associated with.
On the run.
Damn it. Get the ball!
Here's the throw to second. He's safe.
Oh, you're trying to go home? You're trying to go home? You're gonna go home.
Not a great start. Not a fantastic
But no, Logan,
start.
that's what I noticed. These opponents have like one real life player and one of the humongous cast on the team.
Yeah, I figured.
That's what I noticed.
There you go.
Back to the dugout.
Got out!
Nice.
Petra Chekhov comes to the plate. They have a...
I like potato salad when it doesn't have eggs in it, I'll say. I like scrambled eggs and omelets, but deviled eggs are just really weird on my tongue. I don't like that. That's bad.
Ooh,
We're off to a terrible start,
bad.
dude.
Ball is out of here, and there is nothing left but a
Yikes.
paper trail.
Man, is Kenny washed?
I think he's washed because I put him on a grass fucking field like an idiot.
Oh my goodness!
Oh, that's fun. I like her.
Yeah.
Alright.
He comes center. Pitch on the way. A swing.
I may need to fucking,
Ball. Pitcher makes the catch.
make Amir the pitcher for the home games, honestly.
He's out.
Yeah.
Cindy Chang.
Because this is looking bleak. It's not a great representation for Kenny after all of the good work that he's done for us.
In my book,
Doesn't have that fastball kind of stinks.
It does, yes.
And the count is 0-1. From the
Go.
windup, he throws it. Strike!
What?
Oh, give us another one, baby.
That was a right hook.
Okay.
I'm not giving you another one, baby. I'm giving you
Ready
the
now.
fucking slow ball.
Throws it. The swing sliced it. 0-2.
Come on. Get him out, Kenny. You can do it.
The target goes up. Fire.
Get her
Come
out.
on, Kenny.
A blooper in foul.
Oh my goodness.
And the count is 0-2.
Alright, fuck it. We're gonna try the heat. That's heat! Yes!
Yeah, let's go. Okay, phew.
Stick around for a year's supply of air freshener. Next contestant.
Strike out.
I don't know what he's talking about with a year's supply of air freshener. But now it's time for some actual goddamn Hornet action here.
First up to bat.
Pete.
Pete, you can do it, man.
I'm gonna hit a touchdown.
We're starting 3 down again, but we could do it.
Here's the motion. The pitch. The wing. It's fouled back.
Here, let me see here.
He winds, fires, swinging.
What?
Whoa, 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 whoa. That's a fast fastball. Holy shit. Holy.
Here's the motion. Pitch on the way. And he was banned.
You get
Jesus.
that shot, and that's all you can do.
Darn, my new local.
Yeah, no time to react. Well, better watch out for this guy, Logan.
I do! Wow!
His big brother.
I'm gonna smack this one. The target goes up. Cuts to the plate. That was ball.
Alright, ball. Good. Chris Milton is crazy, wow.
And the throw.
I guess Chris Milton is that. He's that guy, I guess.
He's him.
He is that guy.
And the throw. Strike.
What?
Damn. That's rough.
Here's the
Come on.
motion. And the throw. And popped up.
Dude, they're gonna catch that shit. Big.
And
Yeah! Why?
Yeah.
Why? Why?
Here's the pitch.
Oh my God, tell me why, please. Ooh.
It's going.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, they're gonna
catch it.
catch.
Oh, hey! Hey!
No. Wait.
We're going.
Wait. Third.
Third. All the way.
Oh, let's go home, baby.
She went home!
Yeah.
We're on the board, baby. That was a complete run across the diamond. Incredible work, Keisha.
Swung on.
Ah, shut.
Swung early.
2 outs.
Come on.
Take
Throw that shit.
Fires. Smacked one. Left
Ooh.
I think that's
Bubble.
out of here. I
Bubble.
think that's out. I think
Bubble,
that's out.
it's out.
I think that's out of here!
Time for his victory tour of the bases. It's all the nice fans.
Así es que me gusta.
Ha ha ha! We're in this, baby.
Let's go, Pablo. Woo.
We're in this shit. Pablo.
Juan Gonzalez.
Pablo.
That's the look.
Pablo. It's like Goldberg.
Yeah.
Pablo.
Hey, are you trying to hit our players?
No.
He says, cuts to the plate. That was ball 2. And the count is.
I didn't realize the Atlanta Braves were so violent. They're very brave in that way, I guess. Oh! That shit went flying. That was a good smack. Wow. Alright, Jocinda.
Smack the heck out of the ball. There's no doubt about that.
Runner on first, 2 outs.
It's time for a home run.
Do it. Give me that home run. Give me that juice.
The windup and the delivery. That was ball 1.
Not right there, necessarily, because that was out of the strike zone. But maybe
Here's the pitch.
maybe home run. Shit!
Dang! And the count is 1-0.
Dang!
Yeah, dang!
Maybe home run.
Throws it. A swing. Strike!
Anytime you get that second strike on ya, it gets pretty tough to fight back.
1-2.
Maybe home run.
From the stretch, fires. Swing.
Maybe don't. Oh! Maybe home run. Maybe home run.
No, not home
Maybe home run. Oh, but she missed it. She fucking missed that shit. No.
Don't trip. Go home.
Dude, Juan can make it. Juan can make it.
Yeah, baby. Wait. That just in the. Fuck.
I flew too close to the sun there, but we did tie up.
Yeah.
1 left on.
We're tied up. It's possible. We can do this.
Buddy Martin.
All those threes across the board.
Here, I'm gonna go ahead and do this. Amir, you go up there, bud. And I'll switch Pablo to the shortstop.
Amir Khan now up on the mound and ready to work.
He's been known to pull a radical pitch out of his sleeve from time to time, so we just may see a monkey ball or a scrambler today.
A monkey ball?
From the
monkey!
And there's the monkey flip.
You could feel the breeze from that one over here.
No outs. From
There
the
you go.
windup, pitch on the way. Strike 2.
Nice. Give me that shit back. And eat a fistful of crazy ball.
And the pitch. Sends him back to the dugout.
Nice.
Follow the hostess. Your table is waiting.
I got you.
Ian swung once. Got you.
Did he even swing?
Nope.
Wow.
He just
Liz
stood there
He
frozen.
just ate all 3 strikes.
Yep.
You love to see it. All right.
Oh.
He comes center. Fires. Swing. A little doinker.
Little doinker.
Gobbles it up. And the throw to first. Sing.
Ah,
Oh man, she was fast.
She was quick.
Chris Milton steps up.
Trying to get something for
Gotta
the
keep.
team.
Not Chris Milton.
1 out.
Hello there, I'm Chris
Stop
Milton.
the.
And delivers. A bouncing ball.
Oh, you can.
Sends it to short.
Oh.
On to second.
Ooh.
Out. And the throw to
Nice.
Yeah, the double play.
play.
Oh, hey, we got like a power up.
Side.
I heard that.
1 on first.
Yeah.
What's the power up?
We've got
It's probably for the pitcher.
Okay.
I'm gonna smack this one.
Oh no, it's real. Ooh.
Oh, the
The
screaming
screaming
line
line.
drive is goated.
That was ball 1. No
We're gonna
out.
get that shit out of here, dude. That's gonna be awesome. All right.
Set. And delivers.
Well, once he decides to stop throwing balls at me,
Yeah.
that would be nice. I
Love
would
how,
like
he,
that.
love how he sits down after he throws the ball.
The swing. Strike.
I was in the strike zone, just barely though.
It was. Yeah, it was.
He winds. And the delivery. Swing. Strike.
If he can keep it
Well, wait.
together, he's got one more shot.
Come on, Ahmed, don't get strucken out.
He winds. Throws it. Swing.
Nice.
Ooh.
That was good, man. Good job.
Safe
Yeah,
on first
blinker.
No, we're gonna stay at
yeah.
1. We're gonna stay at 1. We're gonna stay at 1. Java Crypt.
One tough cookie, Sonny.
Runner on first.
It's almost time for a 2.5-minute Cheetos break, my dudes.
Not yet.
I got a hankering for some baseball spankering.
You can do it, Java. Go do it.
The stretch, pitch on the way. Swing, strike one.
Nope.
I hope they didn't hurt themselves.
And 0-1.
Hurt himself.
Hope they didn't pull a fucking muscle. Wow.
Now, pitch on the way.
Yeah.
Swinging, strike.
That was outside the strike zone.
Really struggling out there.
Target goes up. Fire.
The struggle bus.
What? Okay. Okay, cool.
We take those. We take those.
Fine, we take... Yeah, we take those. We take those.
He's ready now. The 1-2 pitch.
We take those as well.
Ball 2. And
Yeah.
the count is 2-2.
Are we gonna take a walk?
The stretch, throws it, swinging.
Nope,
A
not quite.
bouncing ball.
Gotta watch your kneecaps.
But she's slow as fuck.
And she's out.
So...
Yeah, I had to just attack her.
That's why she's at the bottom of the order.
Kenny Kawaguchi.
Sonny's a natural athlete and has the best eye on the team.
Here I go.
We're gonna do a screaming line drive here, just so he has some more time.
Ready now. Cuts to the plate. Strike. Yeesh.
Damn.
They have a runner.
That was quick, and I just wasted it. Wow.
Yep.
The windup and the pitch. A swing. Strike.
Wow.
And the count is 0-2.
Yeesh.
Yeesh is right.
Here's the windup. Fires. Strike. He goes down on strikes. I'll do better next time.
Man. Okay.
Yeah, you
Wheeler
are
steps
kidding.
in.
Hey.
Alright, Pete.
Good old Pete.
Go for it, dude.
I'm gonna hit a touchdown.
You hit that touchdown, brother. I believe in you.
And the throw. Swing. Strike.
Gotta swing at the right time to hit the ball.
And the count is 0-1.
Damn.
Come on.
The windup fires. The
Come
swing
on, Pete.
looped up.
Ah.
Oh. Hey. Hello.
Hey, let drop.
Hello. Hello. Okay. Yeah, we take those. We take that.
Amir Khan walks
Just
up
let drop.
runners at the corners.
Amir Khan, swing it out of
Amir
here or
Khan.
something.
You can do it, bud. I've seen you do it before.
Into
You can
the
do
wind,
it.
Fires. The swing and drove it to
Dude, he did it! He did it again!
Let's go!
Let's go!
A rocket punched off his bat and zoomed right out of the park.
Yay! Rock on! You did it, Amir! Dude, we gotta we gotta take a look at Amir's stats after this, I think, because wow. He's been showing
the goat
up
right now.
Yeah, he's been showing up. That's why they call him the Prodigy. Pablo Sanchez, never heard of him. It's all about Amir Khan, brother, and we got that power up.
2 outs.
What is it?
Ball.
This
Been
is
very
the undergrounder.
Now pitching, Todd Xavier.
Todd Xavier, 2 first names, sounding ass.
He's in with D and who owns smoke. And his favorite color is chartreuse.
It's Xavier Woods.
Xavier Woods. I mean, like, Woods is a last name. So,
Ooh, that's way
swing
out.
and a miss.
And
Wood-
the count is 0-1.
Woods is a last name. Xavier and Todd are 2 first
Into the
names.
windup. He throws it.
Yep.
The swing, a bouncing ball.
Send him scrambling.
And that's
Yeah.
an out.
And it's
Listen, we had a good inning that time.
And that's gonna
So-
end the inning.
Mm-hmm.
The Hornets
All
are pummeling them. Up by 3.
Thanks to Amir Khan.
Arlene Perez steps up to bat.
Coming in with that juice.
He's got the juice.
Dude, he's rock hard like Juice Robinson.
He's ready now.
That's great.
Strike 1. Gave her the heat.
think I felt the wind from that pitch all the way over here.
And the count is 0-1.
You know what I need to do at some point, Zach? I need to read the
What?
Sonic paperbacks that I have sitting on my shelf.
A bouncing ball.
Because I'm trying my best to collect them, right? Or at least try to collect the omnibuses. And I would like to catch up on the stuff that I currently have, you know?
Strong, but not too flashy.
Yeah. I showed you like the big collections IDW's been putting out.
And they have like ones of like, you know, like the characters are like on the cover.
Throws it to first.
Yeah.
Or like a character's on the cover for like each of them.
Todd Xavier steps up to bat.
And they have things put in chronological order. So.
Yeah, so like shit, what was it? The first one was like
Sonic.
the first 8 or 12. Yeah.
Yeah. The first one was like 12, and I think like the annual as well. So. And it presents stuff in chronological order. So. Because I'm gonna be perfectly honest with you, Zach.
They be big books.
Yeah, they're big books. I don't know if you've noticed, Zach, but the IDW app reader is probably worse than Medieval Ball Torture. Like, it's just really bad. You know? It's just really shitty.
It's worse than the House of Torture.
Genuinely. Your speed is slow, but good news. You got 5 touchdowns in one game.
Wow!
And dude, let's fucking go. That right there is what I'm talking about. Much like how I'm talking about the ad I'm about to show here.
It's break time. Where the heck's the Cheetos, my dudes?
Rolls on after this. Rolls on right after this.
Wrestling fans rejoice. WCW NWO Revenge is here. With 50 real-life wrestlers, awesome animation, and tons of different moves. Rolling around in virtual tights has never been so much fun. All this game needs is an option to play as Jesse the Body Ventura. Wouldn't that be cool? Or how about a wrestling game featuring Bill, Hillary, Monica Lewinsky, Ken Starr, Al D'Amato, and Henry Hyde? Now that would be the perfect wrestling game.
I bet it's easier to follow the array of like a big, iPad or something like that.
If you read it with like an iPad, then maybe. Yeah. What's Dude yapping about? I mean, he's yapping about the perfect wrestling game, which obviously he hasn't played goddamn motherfucking TEW, so really, what does he know? TEW, knowers know that TEW is the best one.
Wait, did George Wood?
Yeah, George Wood said some fuck shit.
Now for sports games. WWF No Mercy is the latest title from Aki Corporation, all of which are inferior to Acclaim's WWF Warzone and Attitude titles. While the roster of this game is certainly impressive, the fact is that the wrestling is slow.
Deontay sent me a video that's like a jazz band playing Pete Wheeler's theme.
We were pulling our hair out, trying to do the people's elbow.
Ayo.
Ah, come on, it's just an elbow drop. Almost every wrestler in the game has some kind of elbow drop, but they just had to make it super complicated for The Rock. That's absurd, folks. The sound quality in this game is also terrible, with many of the iconic themes being crushed down to fit on the Nintendo 64, and the entrances have been reduced to 10 seconds with closing on the ramp. A real downgrade from what even WCW Revenge offered.
Real fast.
One thing Aki does better than Acclaim, however, is customization. You can change almost everything about every wrestler in the game.
We
brought back the skinny white turd from our review of WWF Attitude, and gave him a great entrance. Here's what our game guy, Tom Allen, cooked up for us.
As a guy who worked in TV for a spell, in a lot of instances, you're just kind of forced to run what they send you.
Yeah.
Even if it's bad, it's like, dude, the audio on this is fucked, and it's like 7:55 or like it's like 10:55. What the fuck do we do?
What do we do?
And the answer is sometimes you just need to run it. So. Yeah, the Hornets are ahead. Like, we're sitting pretty okay. But if the last game taught me anything, it's that I should never be too comfortable. So.
Now I'm just reading the comments to this. A beautiful tribute to one of the greatest athletes of our time.
Genuinely. Like, wow. the best bunter ever. Pete Wheeler.
Hell yeah. I have a lonely life, and this song is one of the only things that brings me joy.
Aw. Well.
He winds, the 1-2 pitch. That was ball.
Yeah, that was a ball. Don't you dare do that to me, man. Don't you dare.
Into the windup, the pitch.
Count that against me. Don't count this against me either. What was that?
Best shot, and that's all you can do.
What was that?
Man. Okay.
Pablo isn't showing up.
Kiss this one goodbye.
This one's for you, Zach. For you and your cats.
And the delivery.
Oh yeah.
And your Detroit cats.
It's dude. The Tigers, which are a form of cats.
And delivers. A swing.
I thought they were the Jaguars.
And the count is 1-1.
That's Jacksonville. That's the Jacksonville Jaguars. That's a football team.
What about the Panthers?
That's another football team. That's the Carolina Panthers.
What about the Caracals? Hold on. The Caracals is how you say them. Hold on.
You mean the Cardinals?
No. I know what I said. I said caracal. That's a type of cat, Zach.
Alright, well, there's no sports team I know of that has that.
Well, what about the Ocelots?
No, there's a that has the Ocelot.
Patootie is asking what about the Lynxes?
The Lynxes? No, I don't think so.
Those don't exist either. I think. Okay, well, how about the Olivers?
Looked like a good pitch to me.
2 out.
I'm pretty sure he has a sports team named after him, right?
The Olivers.
Yeah.
No.
What?
0-2.
2 in a row? Oh shit.
He doesn't have it, Zach? Or like they don't have it? They don't have one?
And the offering.
No.
Eyeball.
Why not?
1-2.
Don't ask me.
because they hate money, I think. I think that's the reason, honestly. I think the reason is that they don't like money.
The windup, the 2-2 pitch.
Money bad.
There you go.
An underground.
Oh, the undergrounder.
Oh my.
All I can say is I can dig it, baby. Oh yeah.
Second.
She can make
She
it.
can make it.
Absolutely. Maybe even third. Fuck it. You know?
She slides.
Nice!
Ooh, barely.
Triple.
That's the kind of gusto that's gonna win this game for us.
We've got
Incredible work, Jacinda.
runner on third. 2 out. I'm gonna smack
This one!
from the windup and the throw. Eyeball 1. And the count is 1-0.
Covers like his whole head.
It does. I love it. Back. Hi, back. I'm Ahmed.
What? That's not a strike. Ref.
Where's that referee, Zach?
The 1-1 pitch. The wing.
He was trying to fuck on me.
And now we're fucking on him. Home, Logan, home.
Home. Yeah, you're right. Home. Home, 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 home.
And she scores.
Yeah.
Really hustling today.
And makes the
Nice job.
That's the kind of guy.
Nice job.
This game for us.
Nice job, Jocinda. That's what we're talking about, baby.
I got a hanker.
That's what I'm talking about.
Ball spankerin'.
That is exactly what we're talking about right there.
That was ball one. Runner on third.
He threw 2 fireballs, man. His friggin' juice needs to be like at least
Ready
like
now.
halfway at this point, or like at most halfway at this point.
One.
That's what I call a win.
And the count is 1-1.
Whiffed it, yeah. Let's see.
From the windup and the throw. Another strike. And
Oh.
it is 1-2.
I'll read that in a second, Devin.
And the offering strike. She goes down on
That was a
strike.
ball anyways, wow.
Best shot, and that's all
I've
you
decided the name for the race car driver I based off of you. His name is Stev Williamson. We'll post the Daytona lineup soon in the community. Do it, man.
Left one on third. The Hornets are
Williams.
pummeling them.
That's really fucking awesome, by the way.
Watch out for the horse.
Thank you for including me in that.
Petra Chekhov.
It's very thoughtful
Yeah.
of you, honestly.
Looks like she's all business out there.
All right.
Oh.
All right, Amir. Let's
Here's
do
the
it.
windup. The pitch. Swung on. Smacked one into right.
Oh, I don't like that.
Back.
That's awful, dude.
Oh,
It's
wow.
Rushes
Jesus
forward.
Christ.
That thing is beyond gone. Wow. Damn
Yeah.
it.
I might as well be at the moon.
Playing that E-music. Playing that E-rank music for my sadness here.
Man.
I know you're not a NASCAR fan, but it's something cool I wanted to do, and I appreciate that. It's really cool that you would do that.
Doesn't tire easily.
I love how they place her as a catcher.
I know, right? And not a pitcher, even though she's a really good pitcher, it looks like.
A swing.
Mhm.
A bouncing ball. Straight to the pitcher.
Which
Right
is
Oh, she's
also
fast.
really
She's
fast,
fast.
too.
out of there.
Yeah.
I like how they modeled the teddy bear on her, too.
1 out.
Yeah, that's funny.
They, like, put it on the 3D model. That's fun.
Yeah. I love that.
The windup. The pitch. A swing.
Nice.
Strike.
Good job,
Hook, folks.
good job, Amir.
Great time to use the heat.
0-1.
The heat.
Well, here you go, Vinny.
Target
That's heat.
delivered. Swing.
Nice.
Now, this is heat. Ooh.
0-2.
This is more heat than the Copeland versus Mox feud.
Featuring Christian Cage.
Throws it.
Nice.
Another batter goes down.
See ya. Wouldn't wanna be ya. Hey, I got a strikeout.
Sure did, buddy. Good job.
Buddy Martin steps up to bat.
Woohoo!
Now this kid.
I'll say that he's an athlete that does more than just racing. He's also a pro wrestler and excels at both. Oh, wow. So you're saying that I'm incredibly based in this race.
He winds.
I'm
and the
flattered.
offering.
But look, I have noticed in this game they're not as lenient with you giving the juice as a 97.
No, they're not.
From the windup, cuts to the
You
plate.
gotta work for it, I feel like.
Swing. The light.
Yeah.
Alright, we're gonna do the heat again.
Is this heat?
This is tense. It's simmering. Boiling point. Urgh.
Pitch. Swing.
Damn it.
Pop fly.
Ooh, I don't like that.
Didn't
Kenny.
quite make it.
Oh, Kenny! Kenny, no!
Dude,
Kenny!
Kenny.
He goes after it.
Dude, the grass is gonna be his undoing, I feel like.
Straight to third.
She's cursing you for picking us as a home field.
Dude, I may as well put him in, like, center plate, honestly.
2 out.
In fact, that's a good question.
Coach
Who
calls
is that?
it out.
Who is at home? Match against Gira. It'd basically be Inception. Dude, if we put Stev Williamson in a match against Gira, like, it would be like a dividing by 0, you know? Like, you fucking don't do it, otherwise the world will implode. Like, everything that we know to be true will suddenly be untrue. Alright, here we go.
So, oh.
Popped it up.
Black will be white, and up will be down.
Oh no! Oh no!
Yeah, I knew it. I knew it.
Zinger to third.
Ooh, P has that arm though.
And that'll do it for them this inning. Halfway through the inning now.
Incredible work, honestly.
The Hornets leading, up by 3.
The competition is feeling the Hornets' sting out there.
Next up, Kenny Kawaguchi. No
We're at the bottom of the 4th inning.
Here I
go. Let's fucking go.
Which means that if we can just draw them out and make sure they don't get above,
and the count is 0-1.
You know, our score, then we can end this early. Come on. I'm not confident in a grounder really getting him far in this. In this field. Dude.
Okay.
Wow. That was...
How'd I get it?
There are so many pitches in this game that are just within the strike zone.
Yeah.
The stretch and delivers.
What?
He gave it his best
Dude.
That is just by the slimmest of margins. Wow. Williamson's racing background is the 3-time champion in modifieds. The same day he won his 3rd modifieds championship, he won the world title. So wait, he won a racing and a world championship in the same day? Holy shit, I'm goated.
I'm the GOAT.
I'm the dude, I'm actually unstoppable. Wow.
Low and outside. 1-0.
You flatter me. He's actually fucking insane.
Bunted.
Beat!
Beat! Run!
Dude, he's lightning quick.
He's Lightning McQueen.
He gives speed.
I'm your fun.
Oh, hey, we got a thing.
Oh, the power.
The downside, the promotion forced him to carry around the modifieds trophy everywhere. Oh, what? So, like, we carried the belt and the trophy down to the ring? That's fun.
The screaming line drive.
That was ball 1.
Yep, knew it. I had a feeling that was going to be a ball.
You can sense it.
He set the pitch.
That's a ball.
That was a ball.
Yep.
Yeah.
Bowling for dollars.
And the count is 2-0.
That's a... Come on.
He winds. Here's the pitch. The wing.
Get out of here, man!
When you hear that scream, it's just duck. You're probably not gonna catch it.
Oh,
Trust me.
oh, it could probably also go to second.
Yeah, I can go to second.
Nah, probably not.
Vinny the Gooch.
Oh yeah, actually, yeah.
Yeah, baby. That's what we love. That is what we love to see.
That's some heat right there.
Now this kid's got style.
All right. I don't want to do the screaming line again. I want to make it safe here.
The delivery. The swing.
Ooh, come on, drop.
Oh, fuck.
I don't think it's gonna drop.
And it's an out. And it's an out.
Yeah.
Fuck.
That's fair. That's fair. I got greedy.
No out.
I got super greedy. That could have stuck around if I was able to... If I just, you know...
The wind up. Here's the pitch.
Let it ride and not have tried to get a mirror to third.
Throws it to first. Out.
Yeah.
Man, dude, it's been a while since I've just been able to get someone out before they get to first
I like
base.
this kid's batting stance. Strong, but not too flashy.
1 out.
There we go.
He's ready now. Cuts to the plate. The swing. Belted it.
Ooh, I didn't like that sound.
I don't like that sound either. Ah, the fence got it, brother.
It off the wall. Rifles it.
Yep, and she smartly stays at
Throw
second.
to third. Here's the throw home.
I'm not gonna psych her out.
Chipper Jones.
She is. She's focused.
Oh fuck! Not Chipper Jones.
What are Chipper Jones' stats?
They're
Like, what's he
good.
known for?
Hitting them home runs.
Home runs.
Smacked one.
Well.
Center, running over.
Oh no.
She dives for it. That'd be a
They got that. Dude, she's going home. She's going home with that shit. Yep. The average title belt is 10 pounds. The average racing trophy is at the low end, 50. So he had to carry 60 pounds of metal to the ring. Does he have to, like... So, like, by the time he gets there, he's, like, already tired? You know what? I like that. That's fun.
Bro.
I like that shit. That's funny.
Batter's gotta have a great
I hear Henry.
Smack one of those.
You did hear Henry. He's right here.
The wind up.
Right beside me.
I heard him. I heard the mirror.
A swing.
I heard the mirror.
A bouncing ball.
He's right here, right beside me.
Grabs it. That'll send him.
Nice!
Yeah.
And it's a double play. That'll bring our team up to bat.
Was that a double play?
Through the inning now.
That was not a double play. That was just a regular ass out.
I was about to say, because I could have sworn we already got 2 outs.
Hornets sting out there.
Yeah.
Pablo Sanchez steps in.
That was a shit ball sunny day.
Can he hit the ball?
Nobody out.
Yes, he can. He can hit the ball.
He's hit the ball numerous times.
Takes the stretch and the throw.
Can he do it again? The answer is, we'll see.
Maybe.
Maybe. We'll see.
Set. Cuts to the plate. Low ball 2. And the count is 2-0.
Because we need to get this lead commanding, I feel like. So that way we can... So that way we could take it home early. That's out of here, man. That's gotta be out. Oh, really?
Yeah, no! It doesn't count.
Off the wall, and he's got it. And the runner.
Oh, you're getting greedy, Logan. You're getting greedy.
And he's safe.
Ooh.
Triple. Man,
that's why he's the best, dude.
Juan Gonzalez is the batter.
Juan Gonzalez likes to hit the ball hard. I don't think the fielders like to catch his line drives. Ouch.
I'm sending that ball on a one-way trip to Cooperstown.
He comes center. The delivery.
Nope.
That was ball 1.
I'm not falling for that shit.
On third. No
way. Throw the old screwball. I'm not pitching, though. I might do it in the next time I'm pitching, though. We'll see.
Ow, my back.
What? Oh, no. He broke his back?
He's ready now.
Oh, my back. My back. Whoa.
Can't let this pitcher get the best of him.
1 and 2.
He's throwing heat.
Here's the windup and the throw. Swing. And that's strike 3.
Ah.
For this kid.
You can't get him every time.
I didn't even see that one.
But he's not very upset about it.
Yeah.
So Josie's among the best.
Jacinda.
The true passion is painting.
It's time for a home run.
Sure is, Jacinda.
From the windup, fires. A swing. Popped it up.
Man.
No.
And that's an out. And the runner.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah!
Runner on third. 2 out.
Alright, fuck it. Screaming line time. We're doing it.
He's ready now. Pitch on the way. Swing.
Ooh.
Screaming line drive.
Pablo.
The best thing you can do when you hear that scream is just...
Nice.
You're probably not going to catch it.
Can you go to third?
He can go to third, dude.
And they've scratched out another
Oh,
run.
yeah, go to third. Oh, shit.
He's safe. Gets
Nice.
the triple.
Man, that kid is fast.
That's good, man.
Hello, Mario.
Hit a touchdown and go for a 3-pointer. I don't know, man. I'm going for that goal big style here.
I got a hankering for some baseball.
Is it time for another screaming line drive?
Yeah, I think so. We got some pretty slow guys out here.
From the stretch, the delivery. Swinging.
Shit.
Strike.
Oh, no, did you lose it?
Was not pretty.
Yeah.
That was bad. Alright, well, alright, fine. Power. Let's do it.
Into the windup. And
Ball. Made you waste that shit, brother.
count is 1 and 1.
Also, hey, Joe.
Now
Good
your
morning.
energy's probably down. Hey, Joe.
Here's
seen
the
a joke.
windup. The 1-1. 1-1 pitch. Another strike.
Why is it even called a screwball? I don't know baseball because it goes in the shape of a screw.
She's known for her ability to strike out.
That's really it.
Oh, they switched.
It's in the name.
Second Sunday of months beginning with the letter J.
From the windup, the 1-2 pitch. That was ball 2. 2-2.
Ooh. 2-1-2.
Ready now and delivered. Swing.
Nice. Bump into each other. Bump in. Nice.
And they give up another run.
That's the way to get things done.
Listen, Java's slow. I'm not gonna trust that. Oh.
Okay.
Dude, just I say that, I decided to trust it. What's wrong with me? What the fuck am I doing? Nice.
Oh, there you go. We got power up.
He's a natural athlete and has the best eye on the team.
Here I go.
Underground.
Another underground.
She is ready.
It's raw underground. Nice.
An undergrounder. My, oh my.
All I can say.
Oh my.
Oh
Cole.
my.
Michael Cole.
Oh, Logan, for the love of mankind.
Dude, that fucking call lives in my head rent free. It's been 10 years, but that shit is still so funny to me.
But I forgot, what match was that?
That was in the match between Undertaker and Shane McMahon at WrestleMania 32.
32. Yeah, the Hell in a Cell.
Yeah, that's fine.
Oh, that's too bad.
But we're
right. I remember that call now. Like, for the love of mankind.
Like the camera was positioned such a way where you could hear him read, where you could see him reading off a sheet of paper while he is goddamn saying it. It was very, very funny and very cringe. Not
and made
positive.
You want to die inside.
Not positive.
Oh no, Java, you're slow. You're slow.
Oh hey.
Throws it over.
Nice work.
Rifled it. Oh no, missed it. Fires it over.
Well, at the very least.
With nobody out.
At the very least, it wasn't a home run.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Joe, how was your day, man? Hopefully you had a good one.
Joe.
Senor Joe! How was your day? Hopefully you had a good one.
Pop fly.
Pete. Ahmed.
It's all over it. Over to second. Safe.
What? Huh?
Whoa.
She fucking hit, dude, she hit the emote.
Yeah. She hit the, she hit the,
I do the same
emote,
thing I told you that I never would.
Runners on first.
The T-pose. She hit the T-pose.
Yeah, dude, she hit like the floating emote in Fortnite. That's awesome. And with like the Kid Leroy song playing in the background.
And the offering.
I like that.
An impressive right hook.
Why?
Eat my crazy ball, you bitch. Yeah.
Another one down.
Take it from me. Pitchers this good aren't easy to come by.
I got you.
You sure did, Amir. Good job, brother.
Bunny Carter.
Steps up. I think this young hitter can get the job done.
The juice.
The juice, brother.
Oh, we're back.
Dude, it goes up so slowly.
Ooh, he's taking his time drinking it. He really needs that juice.
He does. Look at that. Oh, we're back up to speed. Except pitchers apparently suck at hitting.
That they do.
A lot of them
do.
Chopper to third. Takes the dive.
Ooh, Pablo.
Straight to first.
You fucking sicked it in, brother!
Pablo the goat.
That's it.
The Hornets win it.
Yeah! We did it.
Game, folks. When things got rough out there, these kids hung in and kept playing their hardest. This victory is a well-deserved payoff for a job well done.
Until next time, for Vinny the Gooch, this is Sunny Day. So long, sports fans!
We've redeemed ourselves from the Mets, I feel like. That was good.
Dude, you gotta earn that juice in this game.
You gotta, you gotta earn everything, it feels like. Wow. Okay. So here we are. Let's see. Oh my god, the Astros? Wow. And
That's their old logo, by the way.
Mm-hmm. Much like how this one also has an old logo. The Orioles.
Yeah.
Which for a long time I thought they were called the Oreos.
Oh, yeah, like the food.
Yeah. Oh shit. Oh shit, there's a bird called Oreo? That's crazy. Much like how there's Ocelot.
Fuck yeah.
Much like how you have the Ocelot team.
Whoa, Logan, did you see that? The tigers and the melon heads?
Tigers and the melon heads. Let's see that. Whoa! Zach, is this true?
This is unfortunately, this is a representation of what the Tigers were like in the mid 2000s, early to mid 2000s.
So what you're saying is this is historically accurate Tigers, more or less?
Keep on looking. Just a few years later, in 2003, they would lose 119 games, becoming like the third worst record team in baseball history.
The most loserous team in the league. The most losingest team, you could say.
Yeah.
They're like the biggest losers, you could say.
Yeah.
The gloats, you could say. The greatest losers of all time. Much like Kane. And this one went extra innings, it looks like. The fish here, the junior fishes, crushed the Blue Jays. Like, it's not even funny. Game 6 ended. Sev, player of the game, with 7 touchdowns, making his mama proud. Dude, my dad is in those stands hooting and hollering right now over me getting that many touchdowns.
Oh, speaking of old logos, the Angels are...
He's proud of his boy. What is it, Zach?
Speaking of old logos, there's the Angels right there. The Angels of Anaheim, right there.
Hold on, let's see our statistics. In just a second. I want to see our league standing. Ah, the Mets and the Hornets. They're neck and neck, dude.
Oh.
Is there anyone with a flawless record that's not losing? Because the Dodgers have been losing. Ah, the Melonheads. Dude, the Melonheads might be the team to beat.
Oh.
Because they are the only team in the entire league that has not lost a single time.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, cool.
But you better watch out for him, Logan.
That's what we love to fucking see! Look at this. Home runs leading the season is Amir Khan with 5 home runs. More than Pablo. More than Keisha. Amir is beating them all.
Let's fucking go.
Dude. Maybe he's the dark horse. Ahmed and Amir have both got the most hits out of anyone here.
The hits are full of Hornets players.
Dude, like, the bat stats are ruled by the Khan brothers. Look at this.
Mm-hmm.
We got home runs.
Look at all those hits.
Home runs. Amir. Hits. Ahmed and Amir. Doubles. Ahmed. Triples. Ahmed. Runs batted in. Amir. Runs scored. Ahmed. Top 5 batting averages. Amir and Ahmed. They are the GOATs. This right here is the dream team, dude.
Mm-hmm.
They are the ones to be feared.
They're carrying this team.
Dude, they're carrying the season. That's crazy. You know what? I love this. This right here, Dude, what a story, Mark. I just need to say that. What a story, Mark. But let's compare that to the Mighty Melonheads, because so far it seems like those are the guys to beat. Man, the most hits. The hits category is ruled by the Humongous Hornets. But the Mighty Melonheads, they have a Zenon Estrada, it looks like, nipping at our heels, along with Jay Green from the Tigers, and
I see you, Stephanie Morgan.
And Stephanie Morgan.
I see you, Stephanie.
From the Blue Wombats. Yep. Yeah. You know what? I love to see this. We got the slugging percentage. The only one better than that is Estrada in the Mighty Melonheads. Amir Khan is second place, and he is not far behind.
He's tied.
Dude,
or not tied, but...
Dude, when we get to the Mighty Melonheads, Amir Khan versus Zenon Estrada is gonna be like The Rock and Hogan.
Yes.
Let's take a second to take it all in. Oh man, we gotta face the Expos next? Again?
Oh man, talk about a breather.
But then look at what's next.
The Mets again. Oh, it's not all about the Mets.
It's about the Mets, baby! But like, we got them sweating, dude. Like, that right there is gonna be a showdown.
Mm-hmm.
That's our league rivals, I feel like. Here, let's see the Mets. They've had a bunch of close games, it looks like. So, we'll see how that shakes out for us. The Cubs having an uncharacteristically nice start to the season.
Funny.
Yeah, it's fun. Backyard World Series.
And the Dodgers are also...
What?
The Dodgers having an uncharacteristically, like, bad start.
Here,
so unlike them.
Oh, the LA Dodgers here?
Yeah.
Dude. 4-7, 3-4, 0-4. Wow.
Ooh.
It's not about the money, Spider-Man. It's about the Mets, baby. Come on, baby. Let's go, Mets. Let's go, Mets, baby. Come on, let's get a home run, baby. Come on, let's go, Mets.
Let's go, Mets.
What about the Yankees? How are they doing? Oh, the Anaheim Angels.
Yep.
That's the other California team. We got the Chicago White Sox. Baltimore Orioles.
Tampa Bay Devil Rays.
Are the Yankees even here?
What?
Do you see the Yankees?
No, they're not here.
Dude, the Yankees are taking a year off, I guess. Wow.
I guess
Yankees are yanking it. Yeah, they're back there straight jorking their penises instead of playing the fucking game. Wow.
Wait, are the Yankees even in this game?
They are, yes.
Okay.
I can go and check real fast. National League.
It'll be American League.
Yep, New York Yankees.
Yeah, there they are. Okay.
So I guess they're just... So I guess some teams just don't get included. Oh yeah, we didn't see the Twins.
Yeah, or Boston.
We didn't see Athletics. What?
That's the Oakland Athletics. Okay.
Well, we didn't see...
We didn't see the Arizona Diamondbacks.
I don't think we saw the Rockies either.
Yeah. Okay, I guess it makes sense because...
Or the Mariners.
I guess this makes sense since the season is like a small season.
Or the Phillies. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
They're all back there jorking their penises instead of playing the game. Coach Stuff. Coach Stuff's adventures with the humongous hornets, which is a
hell yeah
horrifying thought. We'll have to continue next time because we are done for the evening chat. It is almost 5 hours deep, but God, this was a lot of fun. I gotta be honest with you.
For mine, I thought you were gonna say it's almost 4 in the morning. I'd be like, oh.
It's not almost 4 in the morning, but it is pretty late, and I should get some food here soon.
Yeah, I probably should.
I should probably get some food here soon. So we'll raid into someone here, and then we'll call it a night. Let's see.
Yeah.
Who's live right now?
Whew. That's a good question.
Who's live that I want to raid into?
No one on my end.
I'll look at who I'm following, who's also streaming right now. You know what? I'll send you guys over to a wrestling channel here. This is Mountain Lax right here. We'll start the raid in just a second. They're doing like their own eFed right now. So go and show them some love. There's the raid message. Usually I have a big spiel, but I'm very exhausted right now. So I will just bid you all adieu. Thank you, Zach. Thank you for hanging out with me tonight.
Yeah. You're welcome, Logan. This was very fun.
This was fun, yes. I will see you guys next week for hopefully goddamn motherfucking WWE Day of Reckoning, the Forbidden DOR mod with some friends. I'll see you all then.
Ooh.
Have a good night, everyone.
Good.